Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Sharpe going crazy. People going crazy in this motherfucker. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Okay, I did check your other messenger. It might be in a different messenger, but we're live. Greetings, Black family. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chain Crewman, and we are joined with outlaw brother out of Milwaukee, Dr. Barnes, and we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of, and of course, Lady Che. So on this season 4, episode 16, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we will be discussing several things. The first thing is that bad salami, goddamn Vivek. So as y'all know, the RNC took place last week in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where Dr. Barnes is from. Shout out to the Outlaws, Kamar, Juice Lady, and Rail. So Vivek says that Republicans care about the Black community during the RNC. Then we got the RNC buck dancers such as Tim Scott, Byron Donalds, and a slew of other raccoons. So we're gonna go over that, and then our mayor, our newly elected mayor here in Denver, just celebrated his first year in office, and he did a State of the City address. We're gonna go over that, and then you Democratic shills like Jeff Fart, Roly Poly Martin, Jorlis Reed, Tiffany Cross Eyes, Angela Rye with tomato on the side. All y'all like that. Y'all need to stop trying to tell us to vote, support Kamala Harris for president. Since Biden dropped out the presidential race. And also, Jill Stein dropped out the presidential race. A lot of people don't know. There's other people running besides the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. And Sleepy Jim Crow Biden, who just stepped down and nominated Copmala Harris. And then we got our Unhoused neighbor news. Our illegal migrant news, our unhoused neighbor sweeps, and our illegal migrant sweep. So greetings, y'all. I'm gonna bring Shabaka on. There we go. Shabaka.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, brother. Yeah, for letting me in. Greetings, Dr. Barnes. Greetings to you from Sin City out here. Kamala Harris belongs in jail, people, for fraud. Okay, it's because when she was the Attorney General of California, they had passed a law in California to fully decriminalize marijuana for under an ounce. Okay, so what had happened is that the people who were convicted of it, okay, were supposed to have their cases expunged, and they were supposed to be released from prison. But that broad, she didn't do anything about it. She let them sit up there in places like Folsom,
longer than they were supposed to be kept in. She locked up parents,
exactly,
kids missing school, single Black women at that from missing school.
Oh, yes, sir.
Kids missing school, and then the kids under CPS and foster care and all of that.
Yes, sir. And then not to mention the fact, though, too, is that she had an extramarital affair with then Mayor of San Francisco, Willie Brown. He was 60, she was 30. So you see how she advanced her career to become the district attorney of San Francisco County. Now, the thing is that you have to understand is that there's only one city in the county of San Francisco by the obvious name. Okay, so you got a mayor who will function as the chief executive of it. Then they have a board of supervisors that functions as the city council. You see what I mean?
That's like Denver. Denver is the Denver city and county.
Yeah, well, in Denver, man, you guys got 4 different counties, man, throughout the whole city of Denver, man. That tripped me out. You know what I'm saying?
We're surrounded by 4 different counties, but we're in a box state. So we're the capital, so we're surrounded by all these other counties. But Denver itself is its own county.
Yes, sir. That is a fact. Okay. Also, too, not to mention the fact is that California, man, is the home of Silicon Game Valley. So this is why we're getting shadow banned. They have a hidden agenda. We all know what it is, the rainbow flag. Okay. So if you talk about it, oh, now that there's hate speech. So therefore, if you sit up there and talk about you proud to be black, oh, that's hate speech. Keep in mind, across the bay from Frisco County is Alameda County, which is the birthplace of the Black Panther.
Huh? Lost Dr. Barnes. Hopefully he comes back on. I know it's getting super late over there, and he just came off a 3-hour show with the Outlaws.
Right. Okay. So definitely a shout out there to the Outlaws over there, in the Midwest and what have you. Hey, yeah, we'll see you there, Mac 285.
Okay, he's back. We lost you there.
Okay, Dr. Barnes.
Yeah, first of all, I want to shout y'all out because it's so many levels of conversation that we as foundational Black Americans have to engage in.
Right.
And it's really not about entertaining those who love your dirty draws. Mm-hmm. It's not about building up a tribe of yes men.
Right.
And the one thing I respect about y'all is that we can be really objective and subjective at the same time, and nobody's butt hurt, right? Nobody has an emotional reaction.
Right.
We are men. We are logical men. We are educated, informed, and enlightened men. Right. And I always welcome conversation. I'm in love with conversation. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I said all that to say thank y'all for having me on, but I do want to say this: Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which you would think was portrayed in Happy Days with the Fonz or Laverne and Shirley.
Right. Those rotate in Milwaukee. They sure was.
Yeah. And believe it or not, man.
For a long time, that was our
the MD in the building. Shout out to MD. Sorry, Dr. Barnes, continue.
But for a long time, this is what we were perceived as. And I'm just fortunate enough and blessed by God, or whatever you believe in, to have traveled in different places and encountered people who said, hey, man, there's Black people in Milwaukee?
Yeah, we get the same thing here in Denver. Yeah, what? There's Black people in Denver? We had no idea.
I'm a child of the Great Migration.
Right.
Both of my parents were sharecroppers. Say that again, my brother. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Same here, Dr. Barnes, is because my family migrated to Chicago from Alabama, and then shortly after I was born, then my family migrated out here to the West Coast to Los Angeles, quote unquote, looking for a better life coming out here to California and what have you. And man, and you got more psychos in California, man, than a little bit. Let me give you a few names: Charles Manson, Richard Ramirez, the Skid Row Slasher, the Red Light Bandit. You got some fools out there, man.
Tabaka, you talking about savage white people or savage non-blacks?
Yes.
Well, even though they try to paint us as the most savage people in the land, what most people do not understand is you ain't never had a friend like a real Black person.
Right.
You have never met a person, and I don't give a fuck what race you are. Like, I can go from here to Mars. And if I spend 3 years on Mars, those green motherfuckers, when they come to Earth and say, man, I met this cool ass nigga from Earth. You feel me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Most definitely.
So why they try to paint us? They try to paint us as this group of people who are just savage and we love.
That's how they justify their victimization of us, Dr. Barnes.
Yes. So what I tell my people is stop playing into that shit. Stop playing into that.
Right,
listen,
Dr. Barnes. Yes, sir.
Understand your greatness before you stop in your day to complain about what a white man has done to you. Understand who the fuck you are. Understand that they have tried any and everything to get rid of us.
Yep.
We have persevered. We've never had a president who fucking helped us.
Never.
Exactly. I ain't never had a mayor. I ain't never had an alderman. I ain't never had a senator. I ain't never had a congressman, a state rep. Nobody represents my best interest as a foundational Black American.
Yep.
Facts.
So our thing has always been, we gonna make it regardless, because we're gonna persevere. We're gonna circle the wagon. So I want Black people to stop singing "Oh, woe is me" and start saying "Get like me."
Right.
Be as
Exactly.
great as I am historically. Go ahead, brother. I'm
And
sorry.
I
I hate
interpret
to go ahead.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead. Go ahead.
And I
I share
interpret
that
that
same
day, Dr.
sentiment.
Barnes.
Yeah, I share that
and
same
it's
sentiment
called
about
answering the bell.
I feel that same
And the
sentiment
reason
about
why,
the Project 2025. I'm like, what can they do to us that they haven't already done?
now that's a
Like, we
fact.
survived
Now,
all of this shit. We
yes,
survived
sir.
Project
Now,
2025 for 400 years, 400 plus years.
Yes, sir. And we are the original man, as Dr. Barnes was saying. Now, if you ever want to see an example of perseverance, of going against all odds, look at the fight that Muhammad Ali had against Ken Norton when he fought when he finished the fight with a broken jaw.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So when it gets rough, look at that. You see what I'm saying? And keep in mind, man, they hated Muhammad Ali. I was there. They hated him. They hated him. They hated him. But the more that these crackers had hated Ali, the more that we loved him. You see what I'm saying? And then too, man, definitely a shout out, to all those who perished in the civil rights movement, going through water hoses and what have you. That shout out to the memories of loved ones that we have had lynched, castrated, barbecued, and what have you. And then, like, as you know, Brother Paris, how we go back and forth with Joe Gibson and Sarge and what have you, man. I think the heat got too much for him, man, but it ain't no
Where
great
the hell
loss.
was Sarge, man? He was supposed to co-host the last show.
Oh yeah, man. We're later for Sarge, man. He's fired, man. You know what I'm saying? And then also too, Brother Paris, I'm saying this here on the air. I'm gonna run it past you. Is that we're gonna tear down, the podcast at the end of next month, man, and we're gonna rebuild the platform. And I got some inside information, man, of how we can get like Dr. Barnes, that I heard from a reliable source. You see what I mean? Because Dr. Barnes is everywhere, man. He's on StreamYard, man. He's got a good following, and I definitely appreciate Dr. Barnes, for allowing us to come on there, allowing me to come on there. And me and Dr. Barnes only had like about how long we've been going back and forth, Dr. Barnes? About 3-4 years now.
About 3-4 years. Yeah, 3-4
yes, sir.
years.
And whatever small amounts of disagreements that you and I had, which is only probably about 1 or 2, 3 at the most, we disagree agreeably. You see what I'm saying? So I respect the educator like Dr. Barnes. I respect the educator like Jesse Paris, who does hold law and who holds a degree in criminal justice. You see what I'm saying? Now, I'm going to say this here, then I'm going to yield for a minute. Okay, Kamala Harris, man.
Go ahead, Shabbat.
I'm sorry? Oh, yes, sir. Okay.
So go ahead, Shabbat.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Kamala Harris, man. Man. We don't want her. That chick is bad news, bad news, bad news. Low moral character. You know what I'm saying? And excuse the expression, she bedwenched her way. You see what I mean? Look what she's married to. You see what I mean? Now, I do respect her, of having a doctor of jurisprudence degree is because, to go to 8 years of college, man, and get that degree, man, which is quite challenging. But she has no sense of blackness whatsoever, Black families, because like I said, man, when she was the district attorney at San Francisco and what they did, the San Francisco Police Department did to Mario Woods, and she did not prosecute them bastards. And this is why we appreciated, too, Brother Paris, Cat Brooks, is because Cat Brooks, and in case you don't know who she is, Dr. Barnes. She's an advocate over in Oakland. And she shut down the San Francisco Oakland Bay Bridge. She has shut down the Golden Gate Bridge. And she went there and she told them cops over in San Francisco, if you don't get rid of that murderous ass police chief.
My brother, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can still hear you, Dr. Barnes.
I'm Shabaka, I always respect your input.
Wix
and
gives you the power.
We're here. We're in Midwest America, but I wanted to get into that RNC. I wanted to get into that RNC that my brother Shay is talking about, and I call you Shay out of respect because I'm thinking of Che Guevara, like it was a revolution.
Yes,
so
that's exactly right. No, you're right. You're right on point.
Okay, I might mispronounce it, so I'm just saying. You're like, no, it's
Or
I might say it.
Yeah.
Okay, so my thing is here in Milwaukee, what people don't know is the RNC came into a city that is right now majority minority.
Mm-hmm.
We are 48% Black, and there's
Yeah.
an additional 20 to 30% that is Hmong, Latino, whatever, what have you, that classifies as minority. And I know they like to throw gay people in there, and they like to throw women in there. So that means we're probably 75 to 80% of
Mm-hmm.
this city.
Mm-hmm.
Now you bring the RNC here, which our Black mayor
Yes.
so that what an opportunity to reap a tax benefit like this. This income from this is going to be phenomenal for our bottom line in the city. And it absolutely was not. This was white people day. This was the white Juneteenth.
Yeah.
I say
Right.
this because no person of color here, except for the soft shoers, I'm moving away from cool and call them soft shoers, soft
Mm-hmm.
shoes, right?
Mm-hmm.
They got to participate, but that number was very minimal. You think about the fact that fucking Hulk Hogan was here.
Yeah, that shit was horrible. Dana White
They-
was there.
Yeah, that killed me.
They built a cage. When I say cage,
Yeah.
they built a cage around what is known in this city. It's a historic hotel. It's a historical landmark, the Pfister Hotel, right?
Okay.
It's one of our esteemed hotels down. I stayed in the Pfister, right?
Okay.
They built a cage around it, and not only did they do that, just as a show of force, they had representation from several different police departments around the country, one of them being Columbus, Ohio, in which one of their officers, and what I found out since then is that the Columbus, Ohio Police Department has a record of shooting Black men, no harm, no foul. These some bitches came up here and killed a homeless man at what's known as Tent City, which is where homeless people, in the beautiful summers that we have, set up tents and they sleep there. They live there.
Yeah.
There's mental health involved. First of all, this shit was at least 5 miles, 6 miles away from where the cage was built to protect the Ten King. So this is how they showed us this majority minority city. This motherfucker showed us what it's like. The name of Trump and MAGA America. Okay? So if we will talk about this RNC, I'm here for that. I get up in the morning. But I just want to hear, because I'm here. Like, I'm talking to the world, but I like the fact that it's resonating on the West Coast, that it's resonating in Denver. Let's talk about what the fuck just happened in Milwaukee with this goddamn RNC. That shit was whiter than white.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it really was.
In a city, by the way, that's going to copy and emulate their neighbors. Detroit, Chicago, Minneapolis, in gentrification. I don't know if I'm going too fast.
No, you right on point, Dr. Barnes.
This is what
I'm right
they
on.
don't want to fix our problems. They don't want to fix our problems. They want to relocate us.
Yep, that's it.
Exactly.
And my people are too blind to see. Look, we had a mass shooting. They labeled it a mass shooting in the media, where our kids last night went to a park. They met up impromptu, social media type shit. That's what our young people are on.
Yeah.
9 people were shot. 2 young ladies lost their life. That happened early this morning. I wasn't even woke yet. But you got a black ass mayor who will get on TV to sell our asshole to the Republicans and say this city is safer than it's ever been. That's a motherfucking lie.
Yep.
Right.
I know it was a lie when I heard it come out his mouth. I was like, that's why I said he reminded me a lot of Hancock. I call him Hancock, our former mayor here in Denver.
And don't forget Uncle Tom Bradley of Los Angeles, man, who was mayor of LA for 20 years, man, from 73 to 93, man, and he didn't do shit. You see what I'm saying, for black people, and then had that psychotic bastard, man, Daryl Gates be the damn police chief. You see what I mean? Who had hated black folks with a passion. You see what I mean? And I read that book, man. And people, if you read that book, Chief by Daryl Gates, stomach yourself. You see, because when we had the rebellion in 1992, and then you had a man who's been beaten 54 times with batons, get up there, beat her. Can we did not get love? I mean, man, what?
Hell no.
Chewbacca.
Yes, sir.
12 years
Chewbacca,
old.
you know,
Yes, sir.
here we go with another. This is an interesting fact that I want to tell people. And I'm so happy to be speaking. I love the West Coast. First of all, let me say that. I love the West.
Yes.
What people don't know is during the summer, the long hot summer, we talking 1968 when Martin gets killed,
Oh,
right?
yes. Yep.
Oh,
Milwaukee,
man.
the black people here, they rioted.
Mm-hmm.
We
Yeah,
burnt
they
this
did.
There was
motherfucker
riots
down.
in every major city
Yep.
at that
Except
But
time.
people
Los
don't.
Angeles.
When I meet people that say it's black people in Milwaukee, and I think about my mom who was here in 1967 and said motherfuckers went crazy and burnt this goddamn city up.
Mhm.
Milwaukee,
Yes, sir.
the black Milwaukee. Okay. Now what happened was we had a white mayor, okay, Mayor Meyer, Henry Meyer, and we had the Bull Connor of the North, Harold Breyer, who was the police chief.
Oh,
As a
yeah.
matter of fact,
Mhm.
he did what Trump is trying to do now. He made himself police chief for life.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now at
Yep.
the same time, the undercurrent of how this city was controlled was through organized crime with the Balistreri family. That was allowed to
Mhm.
willingly
Okay.
go on. Okay.
Okay.
So black people up here, we've been with the first Juneteenth celebration was here in Milwaukee.
Mm.
Okay.
When they finally recognized it, the first Juneteenth Day parade where people do it now, it was here in Milwaukee. Okay? So
Okay.
we've been up here fighting a long time. That's why when motherfuckers say, there's black people in Milwaukee, I'm like, you gotta be shitting me.
I always knew it was black
Exactly.
people. I always knew it was black people in Milwaukee. Y'all just a hop, skip, and a jump away from Chicago.
Exactly,
Yeah,
man.
most
It's
of
about the
the
same.
niggas from
Yeah,
Chicago.
Chi-Town is about the same distance as from Milwaukee as it is from Sin City to Angel Town. And believe me, you don't have no angels in Los Angeles. You know what I'm saying? And then emphasize Dr. Barnes on a psychotic police chief. Okay, the LAPD, man, had a psychopathic bastard by the name of William H. Parker, who they had named Parker Center after of, right? Daryl Gates has stated in his book that he was a disciple of Bill Parker. And then Daryl Gates is going to get up there before the U.S. Congress in the 1990s where all casual drug users are to be taken out and shot to find out that his own goddamn son, man, was one of the biggest dope fiends going on. You know, he goes out there, man, pulls a stick up in the city called...
I believe the headquarters of the FBI, right? In New York, the headquarters for the FBI is named after J. Edgar Hoover. If you know who J. Edgar Hoover is, especially in terms of how he, what did he say? The biggest threat to this country is not communism. It's not Russia.
It's the organization of
It
Negroes.
is
Yes, sir.
the anointing of a black messiah.
Yep.
Systematic assassination of Fred Hampton.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. The government has their hand. And we already go to Patrice Lumumba in the Congo in Africa. The United States said, hell no, the motherfuckers can't get together.
Yep.
Thomas
Sankara.
And it was Eisenhower. Yeah, and Thomas Sankara, and then also too, man, the president of Burkina Faso, President Traoré, he had outlawed homosexuality, man, in Burkina Faso. Now also too,
that's the brother. He like 34.
Yeah, exactly. And he outlawed it. And I said, great, beautiful. And then also, too, the psychopathic bastards that you had in Los Angeles, the Skid Row slasher, Charles Manson, just like Jay Dizzle said, fuck Charles Manson, is because Charles Manson was going to sit up there and say, in his warped imagination, is that the Black Panthers is going to take over, but they got to go to Charles Manson, you know, to learn how to do things, is because the nigga don't know shit. Fuck Charles Manson.
Yeah, fuck him. Ted Bundy too, fuck them all. But getting back to Milwaukee, one of our good friends, who, I don't know, we lost him, but hopefully he'll come back on. But we lost him. Okay, there he is. I'm gonna bring him back in. So one of
Oh,
our
yes,
good
sir.
friends, Shabaka, who was on a previous podcast with us, Mile High News, Sharif, he's from
Yeah.
Milwaukee.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah, Sharif gets around. I've seen Sharif on his live feeds from Las Vegas to Los Angeles to New Orleans to Denver, Colorado, man, to Milwaukee. Yeah, brother gets around. Yeah, definitely a shout out there to brother Sharif. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
yeah,
definitely shout out to him.
he started the cop watch out here in Denver.
Oh,
So
okay,
he used
okay,
to take
okay.
me on cop watch missions back in the day.
Hmm.
When we pop up on the police and record the police and expose them. We're the reason why you can record the police out here because they try to make that
Right.
illegal.
Right, and that's what the Black Panthers was doing too, man. Is because
Mhm.
Dr. Newton had stated in his memoirs is that California state law says that you have the right, ladies and gentlemen, to observe the police and carrying out their duties as long as that you are more than 25 to 30 feet away from them. And what the Black Panthers used to do, and they had chapters spring up, man, is when they went up to the state capitol, man, protesting the Mulford Act. When you had that old senile motherfucker, man, who was your 40th president, was the governor there. So what did they come out with? The Mulford Act. What did J. Edgar Hoover said, as you have said so many times, Brother Jay, the organization of Negroes, just the mere organization of Negroes
Mhm.
is a threat to national security. And J. Edgar Hoover was probably, and came across information that he was a practicing homosexual, fucking his number two man in the ass, Clyde Towson. Yeah, Hoover was a
He's
mess.
fucking the shit out of Clyde Tolson. He was wearing Clyde Tolson out. Man, listen, Shabaka.
Damn. Come on,
Yeah.
Dr. Barnes.
See, the thing is, they have us programmed to think less of ourselves
Mhm.
Yes.
when they are entirely 10 times more savage than we've ever been.
Right.
The only thing a black man want to do is get his money, get some pussy, and get some sleep. That's all he want to do.
Pretty much, yeah.
When you start fucking
pretty
in
much.
his business, when you start fucking in his business, that's when he say, "Hey man, fuck this shit." You feel me?
Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
white man's nature is that. The white man's nature is conquer, destroy, dominate, disillusion,
Yes.
dysfunction. That's their
Yes.
human. That's
Yeah.
their nature. So this
Mhm.
is why, as a newly evolved, informed, enlightened black man, I tell black
Mhm.
men, stop being so fucking emotional about what this savage does. Why would you
Right.
expect him? I think the problem comes when you think, oh, I can finally trust him. Oh, he's a good white man.
Mhm.
Oh, these white
Yeah.
people are nice to me. And then they niggerize you. Eventually,
Mhm.
they're going to do that. You're going to be the nigger there.
Exactly.
Like,
Mhm.
God damn,
You're gonna
Bill, I thought me and you was tight. Oh, Kevin, I don't understand. How could the fuck could he understand?
Oh, yeah.
So as soon as
Yeah,
we
most
stop,
definitely.
putting our faith in them and
I
start
agree.
putting our
Yeah.
faith in ourselves,
Yes, sir.
you know what I'm
And
saying?
that's why,
We hope
yes, sir.
black
We
people.
got to rebuild the black family unit.
I love black people, but I tell you one thing black people really want. They want
What's
that
that?
white man to accept them. They want white people to come to us and say, y'all good. We like y'all.
Exactly.
We don't stop fucking
Exactly.
y'all up. That shit ain't gonna never
Exactly.
happen. So
Never.
get
Oh,
your
no,
shit
man.
together. Be the
Yep.
best. Like I see people do research and they want to come to me and talk about, hey Kev, the Slave Act of 1832, or man,
Mhm.
did you know we had to survive a Middle Passage? I'm like, motherfucker, I knew that shit since I was 12.
Right.
Right.
I've been spending all my time from 12 to 48 figuring out how I'm gonna deal with it.
Right.
Sir.
I've been saying, okay, you know that, motherfucker, what you gonna do?
Exactly.
Exactly. And
So,
this is why I'm putting
so,
in the chat room.
so
This is Resurrection of the Mental Dead.
absolutely. I mean, listen, unlearn yourself. I tell
Right.
people, and Shay always is great at reminding me, hey man, I hear you, kid, but you got to understand there's been an indoctrination process. And I say I understand that, but when you stop learning what you should learn, unlearn that shit.
Right.
Dismiss the idea that you're less than.
Yes, sir. And that is
You know
not
what I'm saying?
hatred. And that is not hatred. You see what I'm saying? Because the greatest love
Hell
there is,
no.
black man, is the love of self. Because you could best
Right.
believe all these other motherfucking groups out here, they love themselves. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And they hate us is because they cannot be us. Just like I was looking at a video on Facebook, PeepTube, or whatever, is that this white boy is up here going to have this battle rap with this brother, right? So the white boy says, "Well, I'm going to use the NGI term because you guys, when you see my nigga, bam!" And a brother connected with a picture perfect right cross.
Yep.
I
remember
mean,
that.
Yeah.
that cracker, he smashed that cracker between the first N and the first G in his sentence. You see what I'm saying? And then when you look at these bed wenches that you got, like Kamala Harris, Holly Berry, and what have you, Whoopi Goldberg. Well, you know, we all the same. No, motherfucker, we ain't the same. It's because right now it's 93 fucking degrees out here at night. Today was 110. I went out there in the sun, man, and I'm yet to get sunburned, man. So them reptilian motherfuckers. Okay, what color is the snake on his belly, Dr. Barnes, as you heard us say here before? It's white, ain't it? That's why they skin shed. You see what I mean? And this is why old Joe Gibson gets so upset with us, Brother Jay, because you really put the screws to him on the 4th of July about a year ago.
Yeah, I did.
And we don't hear from him no more. And it's no great loss. You know, when we do our podcast, man, you know what I'm saying, man? Hey, I prefer for it to be all black. Now, OTBs are welcome just as long as you're respectful. But one thing that you motherfuckers are not going to tell us is our history, because we got some scholars for your ass, and Dr. Barnes is one of them.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And then old side,
Well,
if it wasn't for the rape. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Dr. Barnes.
I don't like to classify myself as any kind of scholar or intellectual, because I feel like that will separate me from my people who are still in the struggle. But I will tell people this: there's value in understanding. There's value in critical thinking. There are mental exercises. Like, people, when you say exercise, people think about you doing push-ups. They think about you doing sit-ups. But there's mental exercises. There's ways to strengthen your mind. There's ways to solidify your perspective. But you have to embrace everything. And I think people, we in particular, get caught up in emotions, and we get caught up in, like, well, I don't really want to go and do the research, so I'm just going to say what somebody else said, right? And that's why I tell people, understand the context of conversation, because sometimes you can take one soundbite and take it out of context and create clickbait. And since we're all on this tit of social media, we say, oh, shit, oh, fuck him, right? So this is my thing. I'm going to be honest, because I don't believe in the double standard of anything. As a man, I've been a whore, okay? I look, I once approached life like all the pussy I can get is what I want. I only want to just sleep with as many women as I possibly could. I wasn't a bad person, but I was trying to get me some pussy.
Right.
And I think if Kamala is married to this Caucasoid, and we know, I don't want to insinuate anything about their anatomy, but for what I hear, it's not very satisfying. I equated to the white women I've slept with versus the black women I've slept with, and I say, man, by far black women off top. Like, if I'm lost in the wilderness in the first, and I ain't had none in 3 weeks, if I run up on a white woman, I'm taking her down. But that's not quality, that's quantity. So I'm saying, if Kamala said, shit, I'm fucking with this white man for this position, I'm up here playing this role, and old Willie Brown said, girl, I'm about to give you this soul. I'm about to give you this out, I'm about to give you this love and happiness. Shit, I ain't mad at her. And if Willie wasn't satisfied with his wife, because sometimes as a married man, which I've been for 24 years, you ain't happy. You ain't happy. So if you get caught cheating, they say, oh, it's your fault. But don't nobody say, hey, what was wrong? Why were you unhappy? Obviously, I was unhappy if I strayed like this. You feel me? So we gotta. I said all that to say, they'll write the narrative and they'll give it to us and we'll run with it. Now, do I believe Kamala is a bad wench? I do believe she's a bad wench, but I think she enjoys a good banging. And ain't nothing wrong with that. You know?
Well,
I
Dr.
ain't mad.
Barnes, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something about me, Dr. Barnes, okay? And I'm paying for it now at 65, man, because when I was 25, man, if the chick was 35 plus, man, I wasn't interested. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so and of course I'm gonna deny everything, confess to nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Me too.
Keep
Me
my
too.
denial.
I ain't saying nothing I just said.
Keep my
That's the
denial
shit I
for
said.
possibility.
Right.
Yeah.
I ain't saying
You know,
that.
look at Bill Clinton. Okay,
my
now
God.
let's look at those.
All right, no, Sabak, we
Look
ain't
at
got
Bill
time. We
Clinton.
ain't got time for all that. I gotta get us to the RNC.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, brother Chuck. Yeah, go ahead, man.
My bad.
It's all good, Dr. Barnes. All right, so Vivek made this ridiculous speech at the RNC, and Lisa's gonna give us an
I
update.
like to whoop his ass.
Right. So Bad Salami, Vivek Ramaswamy, as I call him, Bad Salami, claims that Republicans care about the Black community. What I can't tell.
Yeah, really. Now he's pissing on us,
His
telling us it's rain.
RNC speech. And there's some interesting things he said in that. But we know when he was on the campaign trail, he spent his entire time, every chance he could get, he was dragging the Black community, saying many racist things. And he was barely getting called out on it in the media, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
But he got it all back when he interviewed Ann Coulter, and she pretty much let him know for her to vote for.
Yeah, remember?
And he pretty much got dragged the next day because he didn't do or say anything to defend himself. You know, that's why I had showed that clip of him and Don Lemon going back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
He sure enough let Don Lemon know he was a proud Indian American, but he didn't have those words to say to Coulter at all. Well, like many, and I am going to get to some of the raccoons that spoke at the RNC. They pretty much gave the same speech. They really did. You know, there was really not a big distinction in their speeches. It's almost like they all got together and agreed to be in lockstep with all of their coonery. And that's exactly what they did. So I'm going to go ahead and play this clip from NBC. And it's just a segment of what Vivek said.
Is this just the live?
No, this is pre-recorded.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, I want to ask her some
That's
questions.
who we've always been. To those of you watching this at home tonight, I'd like to deliver a message that the media doesn't want you to hear from the Republican Party. Our message to Black Americans is this. The media has tried to convince you for decades that Republicans don't care about your communities, but we do. We want for you what we want for every American. Safe neighborhoods, clean streets, jobs, a better life for your children, and a justice system that treats everyone equally, regardless of your skin color and regardless of your political beliefs.
No, look at all them crackers.
Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is
Can't even
this.
show no Black people.
You're like my parents. You deserve the opportunity to secure a better life for your children in America. But our message to illegal immigrants is also this. We will return you to your country of origin, not because you're all bad people, but because you broke the law. And the United States of America was founded on the rule of law.
That's not what Ellis Island says. You're
for
a
an easy way to
foreigner.
get that LLC next to your business
You're not
name?
from
Say
here.
hello to Taylor Brand. You just go to
The hell with that
God.
commercial.
Hell,
Like, man,
no,
what
no,
a, what
no,
a,
man.
first of all, what a hypocrite. First of all, what a
Right.
hypocrite.
Right.
Listen, let me tell you something about white people. White people, if y'all listening, y'all the immigrants.
Yep.
Now,
Supposedly,
do you
like,
believe
I
them?
mean,
I don't.
Immigrants.
This man
what's
don't care
engraved?
about
What's
no black community.
engraved on them? What's engraved
Right.
on
They
the
were the first
statue?
illegal immigrants.
Give me your poor. Send me
Yep.
your the fucking Quakers, the fucking
Yep.
Pilgrims was on the run from
Yep.
England.
Yep.
What are you talking about?
Exactly.
You're invaders. So for you to
Exactly.
say anything regarding wanting to include people, or if you ain't from here, we gonna send you back. What if the Indians had to send your ass back when y'all
Right.
got off the
Exactly.
Mayflower? What if they'd have been standing there like, no, y'all get your ass back on that motherfucking boat?
Right.
Fuck you talking about,
Exactly.
white boy? Listen,
Right.
man.
Well,
You
he,
from
well, he,
you?
well,
I
he's
talked to
auditioning. He's auditioning to be a white boy. He's clearly
well,
not a
well,
white boy,
hold
but
on.
he's
Like
auditioning.
in my favorite conversations with white people, I really get down to the nitty gritty and say to
Yeah.
them, "Hey, where's your family from?" They
Yeah.
say, "Oh, my grandmother was German, and my my mother was German, and my father was Dutch." I say,
Mhm.
"Okay."
Right.
I say, "Where you from?" "Oh, my people came from Poland. My mother was from
Right.
Poland, and my dad was from Germany." Well, how
Mhm.
y'all get here?
Right.
Oh, they sailed over here. They came through Ellis Island. They're traditional Americans. And they say, "Well, where's your family from?" I say, "Mississippi."
Mhm.
Right.
Yep.
So who's a
Right.
foreigner and who's an American, right? So I said all that to
Exactly.
say, when you motherfuckers start saying now, "Oh, we gonna send you back where you came from." First of all, you're disagreeing with your own fucking constitution.
Yep.
And it's all
Right.
bullshit, because even here in Wisconsin, we have been designated as an asylum state.
Like
Chicago.
Colorado. Oh my God, y'all sanctuary state too.
Are they saying this to the Ukrainians? Because are you saying to Ukrainians who are refugees who are running from Putin, "Hey,
Right.
go back where you came from"? You
No,
saying, "No, welcome to
they ain't saying
America."
that to them Chinese immigrants either.
I mean, come on, man.
Exactly. And then keep in mind, though, too, Brother Chen, get this here, Dr. Barnes. Okay, as you know, San Francisco, California, okay, was the point of entry for the Chinese. Okay, it's because see, they the ones that built that fucking railroad, man, from San Francisco to Provo, Utah. Okay, and Dr. Barnes, I passed by it through Donna Pass. I passed by it through up there in Utah, the Golden Spike, you know, where they
That's
let
what
it.
that's what we're told. But you know goddamn
Yeah.
well they didn't build all that shit. It was our people that was
Exactly.
building it, just like it was our people that was
Okay.
mining all that goddamn gold up in them hills.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, also, too, Brother Che, to prove your point even further, you all know the legend of John Henry, right? That built the
Yep.
Southern Pacific Railroad that goes all the way.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah,
working
that
on
goes
the
all the way
railroad.
to Atlanta, Georgia,
There lies
and
a
it ends
still
in Los
driving
Angeles,
man.
California.
Mm-hmm. That's right, Dr.
Yeah,
Barnes.
the Southern Pacific. We built that motherfucker. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You know, because they used slave labor, and then of course, you know, when they had the what was that there, Brother Che, that you and I discussed a few years ago, man, is that when they had the slave patrolers out there, okay, and then of course, you know,
And
with
you
the
know where
Dred
they got
Scott
their
case and
start
all that.
at. You know where they got their start at
Yeah, exactly.
in my people's homeland, if you
We
will,
built
South
the White
Carolina.
House. We
South
built the White House.
Carolina. Yep, we built.
We
Yes, sir.
built the
We
White
most certainly
House.
did.
We
Benjamin
built.
Bernanke.
We
Yeah,
built the
and
White
the whole
House.
damn city of Washington, D.C. Benjamin
Benjamin
Bernanke, you know, they
Bernanke,
went and
he
stole his
designed
knowledge.
that shit. And you
Right.
know what? You
Yes,
know
sir.
what? They only give him credit for a fucking almanac. They don't say fucking design Washington, D.C.
No, they don't.
Exactly. Exactly. And then here's some more cannon fodder against these crackers, Dr. Barnes. You're going to love this. Los Angeles had a black architect who graduated from the University of South Central, which is really the University of Southern California, but we call it the University of South Central. His
No
name was
trouble.
Paul Williams. He
Yeah,
designed
okay.
homes for Frank Sinatra,
Yep.
Lucille Ball, one of the major, and I think he even designed that hotel where Whitney Houston died at, or where she was murdered at, according to Dr. Umar Johnson. Okay, but he could not live in those areas where he had designed the homes. And keep in mind, man, they didn't allow black people in Hollywood, man, until 1964, man. You know, so like all the great actors you see, like Ruby Dee, Ozzie Davis, man, Harry Belafonte. Oh man, the list goes on and on and on. Cicely Tyson and what have you. They had to stay at the Dunbar Hotel on the corner of 45th and Central Avenue in South Central Los Angeles, man. And then when Uncle Tom Bradley was the goddamn mayor, man, he allowed the city of LA to tear the motherfucker down, man. It should have been granted a damn national.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Central Avenue was the Black Wall Street of Los Angeles.
Yeah, it was of Los Angeles. Yes, sir, it was Central Avenue, man, Compton Avenue, man. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't allow Negroes to live west of Western Avenue, man, until under the Civil Rights Act.
Once again,
so when you go over there,
the white man destroyed Black Wall Street once, but it was rebuilt. Integration destroyed Black Wall Street.
Yeah. Well,
just like they did,
of course.
Just like they did up here.
Tulsa wasn't the only Black Wall Street. There was Black Wall Streets all across this country.
As soon as the white man said we can shop in their stores, we jumped in and see. We had what's now MLK in Milwaukee was 3rd Street.
Yeah.
And my mom moved here in 1959, and she said we couldn't go downtown. We couldn't go to the malls in the suburbs. We shopped here on 3rd Street. It was plenty black businesses, burgeoning black businesses, legacy black businesses. And as soon as the white man said, "Hey, y'all can come shop with us now," we abandoned them. So once again, we're our own worst enemy. We're our own worst enemy.
The Boule class.
Yeah, the Boule influence, and then on top of it, see, the chain is no longer on our fucking body; it's on our goddamn brains. You see what I'm saying? Look at this ratchet ass shit, man. You got out there in Hollywood. Look at this ratchet ass shit you see here in Las Vegas. You see what I'm saying? You know, our sisters going up here, man.
Speech. Before we lose track of time, it's about 12 minutes left of this clip.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like to beat his ass.
They want that black vote. In fact, both sides do. Both sides want the black vote. And even this idiot knows there's a certain way he better come at us, or it's going to be a lot of people looking at this and saying, you know what, I'm not voting. So he's treading very carefully, but his tiger stripes are still there, y'all, unchanged. You know, all of these folks, they know what to say when there's something they want, or they think they can trick us into believing certain things. Do I think he's being sincere? No. I remember how he spoke about the black community when he was still on the campaign trail. And he didn't even try to hide it. He was very out there and in your face with his racism. Towards the end, when he was lagging behind everyone else, the media started mentioning about the racism that was coming from him, but they really didn't go hard at this guy at all. If it wasn't for us putting videos out on social media, making each other aware of how anti-black Vivek really was, then trust me, nobody would know if we weren't informing our subscribers and well beyond about what kind of person Vivek really truly is. And he's one of many. There are many like him in this country that think and feel the same way. So now that he's standing there saying, oh, you know, it's the media, you know, we do care about the black community. No, all that stuff that came out of your mouth during your campaign, and then having those meetings with all white crowds and trashing the Black community. No, the media wasn't doing that. That was you doing that. That was you. So, I'm not buying it. See, when you show me who you are, not only do I believe it, but from here on out, I'm going to proceed with caution. Whenever this dude name comes up, proceed with caution.
Right.
You know, but like I said, it was priceless watching Ann Coulter pretty much put him in his place.
Yeah.
And after she let him know, can't embrace you because you're an Indian. He had to sit there for the rest of that interview and deal with this woman. And you could see he was bothered by that. He was bothered by it. And see, that's going to continue to happen to him. Every time he tries to come at us and be a racist, he's going to have his moment. He's going to keep having those moments too, y'all.
Oh, yeah. Fuck Vivek.
But please tell me what.
Okay, Lisa, we dig it. Okay, first place, Brother Che, you and I had a conversation about this asshole, man, because you know you had it broke down on the class system, man, that they have over there in India. Which is the Brahma class,
just like Kamala.
Yeah, like Kamala is, and then that no good motherfucker Gandhi, and dig this, Dr. Barnes, I'm sure you're up on this one. When Gandhi had went over there in South Africa in 1915, man, the quote-unquote ease of apartheid, he was only worried about these motherfuckers, man, who were there in Azania, because the real name of the place is Azania, okay? And just like I argue with that stupid-ass Sarge, you know what I'm saying? Fuck Elon Musk and his ass. He's not no African. He's a goddamn Boer. He's Dutch.
And they were subjects to the British.
Exactly.
Those Indians were subjects to the British. So they embraced that racism, white supremacy that came from the.
Yes, sir, because the British had colonized India as well, too. Now, when
But the thing about India, here's the funny thing about India, though, y'all. Their gods are all black.
Yeah, the Dalits and what have you, because we had a scholar a few years ago, man, that came on the podcast.
You talking about the untouchable, Shabaka. I'm talking about their gods, like their Hindu gods.
Okay. And they deities. Okay.
Black.
Okay.
But they hate black people, and they have a whole caste system. And the blacker you are, the worse off you are. So they got jet black people over there that they call the untouchables, and they beat them, shit on them, rape them, all kinds of shit in broad daylight, and that's what they do as part of their caste system, part of their culture.
Yes,
so they come over here with that same bullshit, and that's why I keep telling our people we can't get behind old girl because she comes with that same sentiment. She did not grow up like she did, even though she was born in Oakland. She grew up.
No, she was born in Berkeley.
East Indian, or excuse me, she was born in Berkeley, correct? Which is a hop, skip, and a jump away from Oakland. But
no, it's right across the street from West Oakland. I've been there, Brother Chad. You see me do live feeds from there.
Yeah, we both have. So she comes with that same sentiment, the same upbringing that Gandhi and the rest of them have. Vivek, all of them.
Yes, sir. And then keep in mind,
and she's from the upper echelon of her and Vivek are from the Brahmin class, which is the upper echelon of the Indian caste system. So they're the elites.
Yes, sir. And then keep in mind, the ain't shit is because out there on the West, you know, in LA, a lot of them own liquor stores and what have you, man. And you could definitely tell them, because I got into an argument with one of them motherfuckers one time behind that shit, right? They are warlike. So therefore, if you go up against one of them, man, you know, make sure
you're gonna have to fight a whole bunch of them.
Oh, hell yeah, most definitely. And they are skilled, man, in those swords that they use. So I'm just putting it out there. You see what I mean? And then also, too, another thing like that stinking bitch and Coulter. And if you don't like what I'm saying to you, Ms. Coulter, you call in at 516-418-5996 tomorrow night, and we can argue, because me and Paris was on our way before the COVID hit to see your stinking ass up there at Berkeley. You see what I mean? You know, when you was going up there with your shit. Oh yeah, Dr. Barnes, we was going right there to Sattergate. You know what I'm saying? You know, because if you got any type of cause around the world, man, you want to get some attention, go to the University of California at Berkeley. You see what I mean?
In the part of Berkeley,
then,
downtown Berkeley.
Yes, sir. You're right up there off of Shattuck and University. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, it's a hop, skip, and a jump, man, from the North Berkeley BART station. No, from the Berkeley BART station. I'm sorry, because you got Ashby, Berkeley, and North Berkeley. Berkeley on University Avenue. You know what I'm saying? And then another thing about it is that all you OTBs out there, you know, that crumb bum on your own Facebook and what have you, oh, Shabaka, you're a black racist, you racist ass son of a bitch. We don't control no goddamn police departments. We don't control no motherfucking banks. We don't control no major outlets of food distribution and what have you. In the South, we do have land, okay, which is agriculture. We need that because we got to feed ourselves, okay? So we are in no position to implement any type of racism whatsoever. You're pissing on our heads.
Power. See, racism it's like an equation. I don't want to go to algebra, but I'm gonna have to. So X is prejudice. Y is institutional power.
Right.
And whatever the variable that's missing is racism, white supremacy. That's what it is. You gotta have institutional power to enforce your prejudice. Otherwise, you're just prejudiced. Anybody can be prejudiced, but not everybody can be racist.
Yes, sir. And then for you to implement racism, as you have pointed out, Brother Chase, that you got to have power structures, such as banks, such as police departments. You see what I'm saying? You got to have that. And when I go to West Oakland, man,
you know, they're policy enforcers, and the policy is to kill niggas.
Exactly. And this is why, man, you know, the J. Edgar Hoover had flooded the black community, man, to neutralize the Black Panther Party, man, you know, there in the late 1960s and early 70s. And then it just kept on evolving, man, you know, after that. Then came the crack epidemic, man, of the 80s and the 90s and millennium. Now they got fentanyl there. See, they always are going to have outside sources to put something in there, man, to fuck a brother up. They say, okay, did Dr. Barnes leave us? Okay, yeah.
Oh, we did. It's super late there. He might come back. He might not come back.
Yeah, so we thank Dr. Barnes. Yeah, so we thank him for his input, man. And then I'm gonna have to call it a night myself in a few minutes, Brother Che, because I'm in
it. You gotta at least check for this.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not leaving now, man. It's gonna be like say about in the next 30 minutes, man, because I gotta prep for the our blog talk for tomorrow night. You know what I'm saying? Because they shadow banding us, you know what I mean, and what have you. So definitely, of course, you know, we're gonna send an invite, you know, to Dr. Barnes and what have you. And then, ladies and gentlemen, on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, let's get ready to rumble. We'll deal with the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago.
Correct. So, Great Black Shark is gonna go over these buck dancers of the RNC. So I'm gonna try to get to the main part.
Who's Great Black Shark? Who's this brother?
He's one of the voices of the New Black Media, one of the rising voices of the New Black Media. Shout out to him. He always shows me love, so I show him love back.
Absolutely, and he's more than welcome to call in tomorrow night as well. To be happy to have him.
Yes. So he's going to go over these buck dancing sambos at the RNC that took place last week in Milwaukee. So
yeah, I know it was disgusting.
They opened up this Klan rally with Mark. I keep saying Mark Thompson, but I think his name is something else. Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
That's the one that said that we owe reparations.
Sick ass bastard. Wow.
That will be a shark bot. That will not be me. All right.
So this is him opening up the day one of the RNC. It was 3 days. Come on, video, catch up. I'm waiting on the video to catch up.
Okay.
It's like willing.
Yeah, buffering. Yeah.
Listen, family, let me tell you something. You hear this thick, rich, barbecue, Southern Georgia accent that I'm speaking with? I get this from my mother and my father, okay? Primarily your mother, since she's the first one that teaches you how to speak, okay? There's not to all of you. And I'm not lending you any support because
unemployment was at a historic low. People.
I just had to tell you like it is, okay? I see. I tell the truth that most people are afraid to say over here, all right? But anyway, think y'all got my point on what I had to say here. We gonna let this little old milk dud in a suit here, Mark Robinson, continue to embarrass himself because, see, I'm not gonna say he's embarrassing the black community. You're not a part of us. When you come up here and do all this kind of stuff that you're doing and you don't mention, see, I would almost respect it if they mention things about what Black America is going through, what we need, huh? But see, they know they can't do that because the instant that they look like they got some compassion for their people, all them folks in their audience, get your little nigger ass off this stage. I promise you, okay? Let's let it continue.
Biden voted for. Politicians in D.C. made bad decisions. People like me suffered. I lost my car and my house. I was desperate. But you know, my story isn't unique. A couple of months ago in my travels, I stopped at a gas station. As I was leaving, a man walked out with a beard and he looked very stressed. He got in his car and I could see him holding an envelope. My heart dropped because years ago I held one just like it. It was bankruptcy papers. I could see the fear on his face. And it took me back to lying awake at night with that gnawing worrying, debating which bills weren't going to get paid. Unfortunately, many families today are having that same experience. Under Joe Biden, grocery prices have skyrocketed and gas has nearly doubled.
Right.
In North Carolina, factories just like the one I worked at are closing, leaving families feeling hopeless. But there is hope. And I'm proof. My wife and I never gave up.
Let me go ahead and stop him right here because, see, you know what the difference is between him. See, this is the part right here because, see, I'm just the guy to go ahead and pick this BS apart. I'm not saying what he went through didn't happen. I believe he went through that. I honestly believe it. Let me tell you what he doesn't understand the difference is. The reason that you suffered, Mark Robinson, is because of the vast racial wealth gap that was created in this country off the backs of foundational Black American freedmen, men and women. Okay, our ancestors. Now, the difference between you and any white person that's in your exact situation, the average white person is no less than 5 people removed from somebody that could financially support them to help them get back on their feet with at least $60,000 to $100,000. You don't have that for the specific reason that I just mentioned. There's no correlation between you and a poor white person because their skin is their currency. Do you hear me? Yep. See, where he was out of work and had his pink slip, as he said, a white person would laugh at a pink slip. They don't care about getting fired. You know why? Because they know somebody that can give them a job if they need one in their community because they control most of the industry. Most of the captains of industry in this country are white men, okay? Just call it what it is. Damn sure not black men, all right? And Mark Robinson, those same white guys that will be in your situation, they wouldn't do a damn thing to help you out. They would tell you, what's the old phrase, family? Say it with me, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Huh?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
There's never any correlation between a poor black person and a poor white person in this country, all right? They don't even have to have the certification and qualification to get certain jobs. They'll let their little brain dead nieces and nephews come in there just because they want to give them a leg up in society, and they'll fill in the blanks about credentials later on down the line and put them over you as a supervisor.
Yeah.
Everybody in this chat room probably done experienced that at some point, unfortunately. So I ain't gonna play the game with him like that, because he's sitting up here saying this in front of the white folks because that's what they want to hear. But the reality of it is something totally different. Let's let this jackass continue.
We kept our faith. We worked hard and made it through those tough times. Now I stand before you on the verge of becoming the first black governor of North Carolina.
You know what I want to see when he does not become the first governor of North Carolina? I want to see what he's going to say then. Because, see, this is the sad part about these flunkies, man. The racism is right there in their face in the Republican Party. Yeah. Okay, the Democrats try to hide it, but it's over there too, okay?
Right.
The sad thing in the Republican Party with these flunkies, man, is right there. You know they don't want your black ass in no leadership position over them at all. I don't care how much they clap for you like a train seal because you up here towing the line and reading the script. They don't fuck with you like that. They don't. They really don't. So now if you just going in there to hustle them and get what you can get, okay, do your thing. But you to actually believe that you got a shot at them endorsing them back. See, watch this. I tell you one damn thing, family. I'm going to put this in the chat room. Because, see, some of y'all might say, GBS, you just talking. You just saying that. You been.
Restore the American dream and make America great again. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
What the hell is America great?
Zippity doo zippity day. My, man. To the utmost. Another goddamn Uncle Remus.
So
another fucking Uncle Remus.
This is Buck Dancer number 2.
Each Buck Dancer that come out seemed like they were trying to say, oh, I got to do a little bit more tap dancing than the last one that came out there. You outshined me a little bit, boy. I'm going to get the biggest butter biscuit crumb about. Not even the whole biscuit, a crumb. That's what they seemed like they were doing here. And pay attention to the look.
Yeah.
I want you to pay from head to toe, their attire, the way they walk, everything, okay? To see all of this matters when they come across you, because you can really tell they don't really come around people our community because they know we don't accept them like that for their sellout behavior, right? The men or the women. But I want you to listen to what this flunk is about to say here. Let's let it continue.
Buck Dancer number 2. If you're waving at nothing but crackers.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Stein.
Thank you, Texas. Love you.
Yeah. No, this ain't Tim Scott. It's close, though. We ain't got the Tim Scott yet. He's on the list, though.
Oh, well, who is this trick?
The president's greatest responsibility is to protect the American people. And both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have failed. I'm a military guy. I flew Apaches in Iraq.
Oh, Western something. Western Hunt.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
I'm a military guy, too. But I'm not selling my people out. See, I would have respected him if he would have led into that, because, boy, they love, boy, see, that's one thing. Look, let me tell y'all something, right? This is no secret. Most black men or women that's been in the United States military, any branch of it, you want to make a quick bag? Go ahead and get in front of them folks and start book dancing and leading with that. Because they love, boy, when a Negro is good and obedient, and you show that you served in the branch of the service, okay? Because some of us, okay, before we retired, okay, we were discharged with honors and distinctions on top of that. I knew I was. I don't know about him, but he's going to tell us about it. I would respect him if he led with that and said, my ancestors fought in every war this country has ever had, which is why we are due reparations for a number of things. But see, none of them are going to have the courage to say that. I would definitely say it if it was me. But see, like I said, I grew up in a different type of family, and I'm a different type of man, all right? I want you to listen to where he's going with this, because, see, I've told y'all many times, my stance on the military, here's something that I agree with. Just like we should be tax exempt, like a lot of Native Americans and them folks, okay, the small hat people. In addition to that, and if you're going to include this in a reparations package, military service should be optional for all foundational Black American freemen. It should be optional. You should not be subject to no draft. Nope. I'm gonna make the white folks mad with that one. Yeah, I see it. What I said, and I'm standing on it. Okay, it should be optional for us. Yes, it should. All right. On top of that, when it comes to reparations, we need to make sure that on top of the tax exempt status, especially on any type of reparations we get, that should be completely tax exempt. We need to have it where, okay, since you say you love the veterans so much and the black veterans, everybody that's related to a black veteran that didn't get their just due, you need to add that on to that bill of that reparation. Yeah, I'm going there. You damn right I am. But see, this little old milk dud head flunky here, he ain't gonna say nothing what I just said. Back to business. I'm gonna let you hear what he's about to say. Let's let it continue.
Thank you. I understand that when you're given a mission, you show up, you identify the problem, and you execute. Biden and Harris haven't shown up. They don't seem to understand that they are the problem, and they've shown no empathy or remorse as the American people suffer from their failed leadership. They have imposed what Ronald Reagan called the cruelest tax on the poor, inflation. Today, 65% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck because the dollar is worth less and less every day. Grocery prices have soared. Average Americans are spending $4,300 more on energy bills. But on November the 5th, we, the people, can fix this Democrat disaster.
So look at this frame that I froze his face on. I didn't mean to do that, boy. Don't he look like a little bald head buck dancing gremlin? Yes, boss. That's what he looked like on the screen here. See, I would almost respect this bastard if he would have said all Americans are suffering, but you can tell by looking at the demographics in the country who's suffering the most, which would be Black America. Why don't you say anything to represent your people, you buck dancing conservatives? You a bunch of cowards. You have no empathy for our people at all. None. Because yes, everybody's suffering as far as the inflation is concerned, some more than others, okay? But you know who that's gonna hit the most, the people that are at the bottom of the socioeconomic status in this country. Now, because he's made it, or he thinks he has, he can't relate to that until them folks turn on him. Because see, let me say something to both Democrat and liberal shield, okay? Democrat and Republican shield, rather, okay? Let me say something to both of you. You're going to see it, I'm going to predict as soon as before next year is out. White America is about to take a turn that you're not going to be ready for. Now, what's that turn? Mark my words, you hearing it here on this broadcast first. Both Democrat and Republican black shields, they're going to be useless. Look, let me tell you something. Do you think that when we talk about these people's birth rates, you think that that's something that they just look at as a passing fancy? No, they see themselves as going extinct. Yeah. They're going to circle their wagons with all the resources. It's not going to be a place for you anymore. I'm telling you, they're going to drop you like a bad habit and don't come running back to the black community. I'm telling you now, because I'm closing the gate on your asses. I am. I know, see, what I just said, it seems like, oh, that ain't going to never happen. It's going to be years down the line. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, no, it's not. See, I study the way white America reacts to the things that are bellwether moments in their society, okay? I study them, and I take note of the things they say online and offline, okay? Sometimes I have conversations with the ones that wouldn't have conversations, all right? Then I take that and I juxtapose it with what they're known to do in their history, because the best indicator of the present and the future is past behavior, all right? And I'm telling you now, in history around the world, when these people feel like they are in dire straits and threatened, they say, fuck everybody, it's all about us. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I respect that to a degree, because when your particular group is facing some type of threat or hardship, you're supposed to focus on only your group. So I don't have a problem with that. The only thing I say to our community is we better start doing that. Right. And we better start making sure that we protect ourselves if they call themselves trying to target and harm us, all right? See, This little idiot right here with this goofy look on his face, I want you to remember this. You might want to screenshot this, family, because mark my words, you're going to see a turn left and right. It's going to start on these networks. They're going to be getting rid of conservatives and liberals that are black on these networks. They're going to be dropping them like flies. They're going to be out of it. I'm telling you.
It's already happening.
You're going to see them go into overdrive, cooning and buffooning mode, and see Roland Martin. You think he finna help any of his fellow Sambos that he competing with? Oh, no. See, that's the thing about them, whether they're liberal or conservative, Shills, they don't help each other because it's every man or woman for themselves. Mm-hmm. There's no code amongst them. There's no honor among thieves. You understand? Yeah. So mark my words on that. I'm making that prediction, but I'm going to let this jackass here continue with what he's saying.
Well, we can fix this disaster when we re-elect Donald John Trump as president and send him right back to where he belongs, the White House.
That the son of a bitch deserves to go right straight to fucking jail.
Under President Trump, American families had more money in their pockets and bank accounts. American families could invest, save, and buy a home.
That's very true. We did see that under Donald Trump.
Under President Trump, we had the greatest economy in our lifetime. And in less than 4 years, under Joe Biden, everything changed. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why we must win in November to take our country back.
Oh, country.
You practice that all day and night. I bet you. Take our country back. There's a problem, boy. They don't see it as our country. They see it as their country. Mm-hmm. And see, some of these people, let's be clear, because I've said this many times, just because you're a book dancer, buffoon, and a sambo and sellout, that doesn't mean that you're not intelligent. These people are intelligent. They see what they're thinking is, that boule-minded crowd, whether they're conservative or liberal, they're thinking that, okay, if I play the role of the good little Negro, I'm going to be the special one that you spare. You know, your good back buddy that was doing all the tap dancing for you. Ain't that right, Master? No. Nope. No. You going to get the coldest root. Remember that scene from that movie with Halle Berry? Y'all know the scene I'm talking about. I Negra. Yeah, your I Negra moment is coming. Oh, all of you. I'm talking about Democrat and conservative alike. It's coming. You going to see. Oh, you going to see. Because see, one thing about it, no matter what I say on this this microphone, white America will show you better than I can tell you any day of the week. Let's let it continue.
We owe it to future generations to embrace this pivotal moment. I owe it to my two daughters, Victoria and Olivia. I owe it to my 1-year-old little boy, Willie, and I owe it to all American children and their future.
Oh my God.
I wonder how your little boy Willie is going to look at you when he sees his dad talking in that fake ass accent. Because that's not how you talk at home, boy. I guarantee you. Oh, that's embarrassing, man. Can you see? That's another thing, too. Let me talk. Let me say something on this. I don't have any kids, but man, if you have a child, especially a son, and you're a black man, man, you're supposed to carry yourself where your son is going to be proud to look at his father. You think his child is going to be proud of him later? Look at Herschel Walker's son. We see how he turned out. Oh, man, is he proud of his father? No, he's not. Oh, you can't tell that little sassy queen nothing. And see, the good brother Black Voltron pointed out the movie Queen. Yeah, that's the name of the movie. And I agree with you, brother Black Voltron, that the American apartheid-style government is about to kick in. Oh, I'm going to say it as soon as next year. They're going to find out. Oh, and see, these tethers are nervous for a reason because the orange man is going to be kicking them out of here left and right. Oh, boy, they're going to feel it. Because, see, you know he's going to start with them first. Going to start with them first.
Yeah.
Just like Jim Crow Joe did when all them Haitians packed up at that Texas border. They're like, yeah, you the wrong kind to let in here. We don't want you in here. Mm-hmm. Let's get you on this plane and out of here in 48 hours.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like that in history. Right. So that shows you that if they wanted to, they could do that without here in 48 hours. But see, you can't tell these idiotic tellers nothing. They don't understand that right now, white America, at least half of them want to try to get their numbers up by bringing in these white adjacents and folding them into white status, okay? They don't get that. That's
the buffer.
Some of them, that they don't understand. Your skin a little too dark to pull that off. You don't fit the plan, all right? But see, they think when we say stuff like that, we don't know what we're talking about. You know, the people that just been here for over 400 plus years, like we don't know nothing about these folks that we've been up under in close proximity to. Yeah, they think we don't know what we're talking about. Just wait though, and see for the white adjacents. Let me tell you what's going to happen to them. Woo! You're gonna see, because basically you're seeing it now, and it's always been this way for quite some time, but it's just gonna ramp up, especially with that assassination attempt that was on Donald Trump. They're already engaged in the civil war of ideologies, and you got that old school hardcore class, the main core of the GOP right now, that they're like, listen, man, we want all white children, not have anything, not, okay, you can kind of look at this way in the light. No, that's not what they want, okay? And look, I understand. Everybody should want their children to look like them. I don't have a problem with that at all. I don't care what race you are. I agree with that, okay? That's how I think. I want my kids to look like me. I don't want to be like Alfonso Ribeiro when you walking through an airport with your family and they think you the help in the family. But yeah, I said it. You damn right I did. I said it. Can you imagine that? Y'all seen a picture of that man and his family? Jesus Christ. It's just not for me. It's not for me, okay? I want people to be able to look at my son or daughter and say, yep, that's your kid. You couldn't tell them was his kids by looking at them. See, that don't mean that to some people, though, because they hate what they look like. Oh, boy, that's a broadcast for another day. Let me tell you something, though, family. The white adjacents, the lesson that they're going to learn is definitely become obsolete as well, because from what I'm looking at, the who's probably going to win that civil war of ideologies, it's going to be the old school ones, because you know why I'm saying that? They're willing to go above and beyond the ones that sit there and try to pretend. You know, basically the white liberals that try to pretend. The extremists over there on the right, they're like, oh, we'll show you better than we can tell you. We're not playing about this ethno-state business. All right? So that's just my prediction. We'll see what happens, though. Time is the great reveal of all things. Let's let it continue.
I'm the great-great-grandson of a slave. I'm the son of a retired lieutenant colonel. I'm the product of West Point along with my other two siblings. And I risked my life in combat to preserve our nation. Now,
congratulations, because if you made it through West Point, yeah, you the cream of the crop. But you also must be emptied out and hollowed out if you're not rooted into like a solid black family structure. Because, hey, listen, man, when you go through any type of upper echelon.
Go ahead, Sharpe.
Okay, that knowledge that he got from West Point, okay, which is a military academy that trains military officers, right? Is he willing to bring that knowledge to the black community to train our people to defend ourselves against this onslaught man that's getting ready to head our way?
No.
And of course, Brother Che, of course, yeah, that there was the point that I was making.
Why you got all that training, all that know-how, but you're not going to bring it back to your people to help your people wage back in the war that we're against, that we've been in
yes,
for
sir.
years on all three levels?
Sir.
Mentally, spiritual,
yes, sir. That's my point. Yes, sir. That's my point right there. You see what I'm saying? Is because these white folks is coming. You see what I'm saying? And it's up to us, black family, because we are all we got. We got to protect ourselves, okay? Right. Because these crackers are not bullshitting, and they at the highest point of their fervor, Brother Che. I would say ever since they had the slave patrollers. You know what I'm saying? Of which the police
come out of South Carolina.
From. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And they still wear the same badges they wore then.
Yeah, man. Yeah. You see, but however,
training like that, it's mostly them folks, okay?
Okay, so this is Buck Dancer number 2.
Okay.
Now watch Buck Dancer number 3. You're gonna be like, ain't this the same shit we just watched? So this is Buck Dancer number 3. This is damn, I can't remember his fucking name. It's gonna come to me.
All right. Can I tell the truth? Can I say it? Y'all got to let me know in the chat, because see, there's something I'm dying to tell you There's a reason why they do what they do, family, and why they look the way they look. Can I say it? Dad Miller TV said, tell it, Ray. Okay, all right. Well, let me go ahead and tell it. The reason why they come out there with them teeth all over the place like that and sound like this, putting on them fake inflections in their voices, trying to sound like what, man? Let me tell you why they sound that way. This is how you know most of them probably got white wives, because this is what happens when you eat copious amounts of unseasoned food. It steals the soul out of black men. Damn it. You eating a bunch of unseasoned food, this is what it does to you.
Right.
It's coon fuel. That's what it is. It's coon fuel. All this unseasoned chicken, raisins, and potato salad. God almighty, that's a blasphemy. You should be struck by lightning if you put some damn raisins in potato salad. Right. This is what's going on. Got your dog at the dinner table, all in your bed. You know what I'm saying? Probably, look, I wouldn't be surprised if these Negroes have devolved to the point of kissing dogs in the mouth. This is what happens, okay? I just had to get it off my chest. This is why they're coming out here like little robo-coons, okay? Every one of them, okay? So you know, I appreciate you for letting me get that truth off my chest. Let's let this little Sam Bozo speak.
Good evening, Wisconsin. Warmest regards from Detroit, home of the NFC North champion, Detroit Lions. Well, in seriousness, didn't Wesley do a great job? One of my West Point classmates, class of 2004, and there's another Midwestern boy who did a great job. Our vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance.
Be careful calling white men, boy. Now you get a little too free of the mouth there, boy. But listen, family, I'm gonna tell you something else that I noticed about these clowns up here when they came on stage. Most of them come up here in the same type of suit. I mean, as black men, we have some style to us, man. You can be formally appropriate going to an event like this and have some flair about your attire and still be, you know, within the rules and the wardrobe rules or what have you.
Right.
They come up here in the same bland clothes where just no, that's how you know their soul is long gone. These are not our family. They look like us, but they are not us, okay? Not like us at all. No. God, boy, and think about it. I guarantee you he never smiled like that at any black person in the community.
No.
All this boy's teeth is showing. Look at him, man. Oh, boy, it's just embarrassing. Let's let it continue.
Another Midwestern boy. You know, he's going to need some help when he comes up to Michigan. I'll do everything I can, but he might be the first Buckeye to win in Michigan since last time Trump was in office. But those are two great American dream stories from the Hunt family and from the Vance family. But I have another American dream story to tell you about.
What's that?
It's about a little boy from Starkville, Mississippi, who lived directly across the street from Mississippi State University.
See how they all have that little goofy anecdotal story that they know the white folks love to eat up. And see, this is how you know they're not us, because they love to refer to themselves as little boys, going back to the time they were little boys, because see, white folks eat that kind of crap up. See, let me say this bluntly to white America. These are not black men.
Right.
These are your little pets, because black men, when we walk into a room, we are dignified with our heads held high, and we're not going to sit here and sugarcoat things to make you feel comfortable. Doesn't mean we have to be belligerent. Doesn't mean we have to be vulgar. Doesn't mean we have to curse nobody out. But we're going to tell you the truth.
That's right.
The uncomfortable truth that a lot of you don't want to face. See, let me say this to white America as well. You really haven't seen what America is capable of being. You know why? Because you have a system of white supremacy in place. If you got that out the way, this country would be literally the greatest country on earth. It would be. But we can't get there because you want to keep this little system going. A bunch of unearned privileges and benefits, okay? And you want to keep yourself segregated to your little enclave, and that you see what that incest is doing to you. That's enough. See, that's really the conversation nobody's having about why your number's so low. You can't be a good old cousin lover for decades on end and think that ain't gonna have no genetic effect. Don't you know science, boy? Oh, don't you? Don't you, Brad and Bacon? Don't you understand that incest is bad for your genetic bloodline? Your chromosomes gonna be all screwed up. they gonna be playing zigzag all over the damn place. That's right. That cousin loving ain't good for you. That's one reason why your genetics is screwed up. Yeah, it was all fun and games when y'all was ducked off in corners in your little enclaves, you know, screwing your sisters and your cousins and all of that. But see, what happens to your bloodline? It puts you where you are now. Okay? That's not Black America's fault. That's your people. But this little milk-head bastard right here, he's got to give us his anecdotal story sitting up here going back to his childhood when he was a boy. Because, see, I'm going to say something else that's going to hurt him tonight. That's really what they see every black man on that stage as, a damn boy. Why? Because they ain't going to never be in no leadership position in that party and be respected by them people. Let's let it continue.
But he couldn't go there because he was black. Despite growing up in the Jim Crow South, he refused to let vulnerability become victimhood. He paid his way through college, served honorably in Vietnam, and started a trucking company with one truck, one trailer, and no excuses, hauling beer back and forth between Detroit and Milwaukee.
And see, you know what you should have used that opportunity to do since you were talking about your father, because that's what he's talking about. Why don't you have the balls to say, okay, that was my dad's story, but how about we invest in capital in black businesses so people like my father don't have to struggle so hard? See, there's ways that you can get up there and be a black conservative and still speak with some type of integrity towards your people. Right. Now, family, I got a question. What I just said, does it sound like it's anything wrong with what I just said? If they're going to use these little anecdotal stories instead of just using them to make white people comfortable, how about you use them to try to get some benefit for your community? Right. So is there anything wrong with the way I just said that? Somebody tell me, feel free to say what you want to say in the chat room. Let me know. Does anybody have a problem with what I just said there as far as that recommendation? Nope. I'm looking in the chat room. I want to see. Because, see, I'm saying the problem isn't that you identify as a Republican or a black conservative. The problem is you sit here and ignore the plight of your people, even when you have these stories, if they're true, even when you have these stories of personal hardship in your family because of the way America is settled towards our people. Let's let it continue.
I grew up in awe of that story because it's my dad's story. It's part of my story. He and my mother raised me, never telling me that this is a racist country.
Lies. And if you had parents that did that, they placed your little stupid black ass in the most danger you've ever been in because you survived. But see, the reality is America is a racist country. If it wasn't, I'm going to go ahead and give you the shut down corner talking point that can clearly not be disputed. If America wasn't a racist country, they would never have any form with the category of race on it in this country. Oh, I'm going there. Yes, I am. There's only one form that they would have where race would be a factor, and that would be the United States Census. There would be no indicator of race on anything as far as the job. Because see, think about it. If it's not a racist country, why does it matter? You meet your employee when they show up. You're supposed to be worrying about the skill set. What do you need to know the race of the person for? Oh, see, they don't like talking to me. They told me America wasn't a racist country. How? When everything in here operates off of race. Right. Huh? Man, this stuff is light work for me, man. Let's let it continue.
Never. Never. Even though we have market blemishes in our past, even though we have much farther to go, even though they endured racism, it did not define the nation they loved.
Wait a minute. See, this is right. See, this is insanity. Right. These buck dancing Sam Bozos are insane. This man just said his parents told him that America's not a racist country, but he just turned around and said they endure racism. Now, family, last time I checked, that doesn't go together. That's the greatest oxymoron that I've ever heard in my life. And he did it in a matter of seconds. Right. How is your parents going to tell you America's not a racist country, then you turn around and say they endured racism? That does not add up. See, I'm a very studious listener, okay? That's a skill set that has served me well my entire life. Yeah. This is why people like this would never have a conversation with me, because I'll let them get it out and I'll recall everything they said, chapter and verse. I'm like, how you gonna say that they never experienced? They said America wasn't a racist country to you, but they experienced it. See, this is the level that they have to sink to in order to fit in amongst them folks. This is absolutely nauseatingly embarrassing. Let's let it continue.
They taught me I could do anything I set my mind to. They taught me to put the Lord first always. They taught me to use my blessings to be a blessing to others. And that's what we're doing here today. That's why I went to West Point. I became a Ranger qualified Apache pilot and flew 750 hours operations in Operation Iraqi Freedom. You know, that's something else me and President Trump have in common. The bad guys shot at us both, but they missed. And we'll keep on fighting for America until the good Lord takes us home. By the grace of God, I was able to come home after my deployment and help run the company business. Now I have the honor of representing Michigan's 10th Congressional District, the #1 manufacturing district in the best state in the entire unit.
So why didn't you do what myself and other Black combat veterans have done and said, okay, I'm going to take these skills and come back into my community and try to put things in place so that Black children never have to go through what I just went through? How about you do that? Oh, but see, that's too much like right, because again, like I said earlier in the broadcast, for those of us that have actually been in deployment and war, the theaters of war around this country, around the world rather, we would never want to see any Black children go through that. We wouldn't, because we actually love them and want better for them. You'll never hear him talk like that. This will be the same idiot that'll sit up here and send your children into the grinder, okay, for these old white men and women that are not gonna suit up. Because see, watch this. I'm finna make these white folks even more angry. They don't like when veterans like myself say this. Oh, they don't like it. If you love the troops so much, here's my proposal. Y'all know where I'm going. I've said this many times before. If you love the troops so much, how about you, and when I say you, I'm talking about the powers that shouldn't be in the government, half the Congress, half the Senate, and, okay, the current president, go suit up and go into the theater of war with the troops. Go help them out so much. It's you love them, because see, hey, look, I'm talking Thanos. We're going to split it in half, because half of you can still stay here and run the country, but half of you should go and support the troops. Oh, that's too. See, that should be a mandatory requirement before this country goes to war with anybody. Are you sure you want to do it? Can you imagine if the generation gets in power that says, you know what? Yeah, if we're going to go to war, half of you motherfuckers got to come with us. I'm too old. No, you're not. You're not too old to order us to go over here. How about that?
Right.
Oh, well, I'm finna make them all mad tonight. I'm just throwing it out here, fella. But see, this little jackass don't have the balls to say what I just said. Let's let it continue.
My family story is the American dream story. But my biggest concern right now, my biggest fear is, will children today be able to look back and share that same story? Look, I firmly believe Americans have not given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats have given up on the American dream.
It's been a nightmare for us. I don't know what the hell.
How about you really say what needs to be said and say Joe Biden needs to be brought up on charges of treason?
Right.
Why he was so busy buck dancing in front of them folks. Why don't you, when you bring up Joe Biden and the Democrats, go ahead and call it like it is? But see, he's so distracted by trying to be a good little house nigger in front of these white folks. That's what I would have said if I'm like, no, he needs to be brought up on charges of treason. I would be like, listen, it's a good thing we charging presidents now, because as soon as he's out of office, we need to get these charges rolling on Joe Biden. You committed treason on this nation, giving our tax dollars over here to Ukraine, let these illegal aliens. We got to start there first with the treason. That open border, flooding our country with these illegal aliens committing all these damn crimes, and then you subsidize them with American taxpayer dollars. Oh, that's treason.
Yeah.
That's where I would have took it. But see, you know, again, I'm not a Sambo, and I'm not looking for white approval. Let's let it continue.
Joe Biden and the Democrats think they know how to spend your money better than you do. They want to take your dollars. They want to take your voice. They want to take your control and give it back to DC bureaucrats to execute their woke, not a plan. Black people were sold on hope. Now our streets are rife with crime. Our kids can't read, and illegals are getting better help from Democrats in 4 days than we've gotten in 400 years.
Okay, when you said all that out your mouth, the next thing you should have been saying was, that's why black people need reparations.
Right.
Huh? See, they always say, man, boy, ooh, these bastards right here, man, are just worthless. They are not worth 2 dead flies put together. He rattled off all that list of stuff, and some of that is true. Okay, well, let's get the economic tangibles popping. Because, see, it would have, think about it, it would have been, if you would have to be a black man of some courage to say what I'm about to say next up in front of them folks. When he brought up the part about the illegal aliens getting all this help or leapfrogging over this, winding that segue right into reparations. Right. But again, you don't have courage, you won't do that.
We will. That's the black experience in hand.
Look, our daughters were sold on hope, and now they're being forced on the playing fields and changing rooms of biological males. America was sold on hope, and now the world's on fire. Our borders are wide open, and Americans are going into debt to pay for their groceries. But look. We don't even have to imagine a brighter day. We just have to remember, under President Donald J. Trump, we had a secure border. Under President Donald J. Trump, we had peace in Europe. And under President Donald J. Trump, we had an economy so good. We had an economy so good, Democrats were trying to give Obama the credit for it. Look. And I heard a little bit earlier today, if you don't vote for Donald Trump, you ain't black.
Oh my God. I damn near fell out the first time I heard.
See, this right here, this is what I can't stand. Because see, his little dickhead ass is sitting up here laughing about that like it's funny. It's not funny when Joe Biden said it. It's not funny for anybody that told him that, because talking about if you don't vote Donald Trump, you ain't black. Our blackness has nothing to damn do with who we vote for as a political candidate. Right. That's a part of our very bloodline and our spirit. But see, this jackass is not our people anymore. He's removed from us. And see, here's the thing. He sit up here running his mouth about all that stuff that he just said. Again, why don't you say, okay, let's elect Donald Trump?
Tariq calls it the Majaro spirit. That's what we have.
But I want to focus on more black business creation. You see what I'm saying? See, there's things that they could say, even if they didn't touch reparations or an anti-black hate crime bill. How about you advocate to get more access to business capital, venture capital, the same kind of white people get? Oh, but you ain't gonna do that though, because see, especially if they land up with Becky. Oh man, they ain't think about nothing I just said, family. I'm making this point clear because we're gonna go through these Sambozos here tonight, and I'm asking you because I know I've made up my mind to do it. When their wake-up call comes, close the gates. Tell them don't come back over here, because you wasn't advocating for us in front of them folks. You were sitting there too busy with all 32 of your teeth showing, trying to get acceptance. Let it continue.
But see, here's the thing. By the grace of God and the proven leadership of Donald Trump, for every American, regardless of race, color, and creed, we can once again have a land where a child's outcome is determined by their...
And salute to the good brother Ed Zulu in here. The brother says, I'm an African raised in America, and I won't vote for anyone who refuses to support reparations, cash payments, and black grassroots economic empowerment, black first. Hey man, salute to you, brother Ed. If you don't mind me asking, brother, where you from? Because see, that's all we ask. We don't hate continental Africans or Caribbean people or Afro-Latinos. All we ask is that if you come over here, do exactly what that brother said. Hey, you know what? These people, ancestors made a way for me to come over here. The least I can do is support their cause. Okay? Or if you're not, because I'm open-minded with it. I'm like, okay, if you're not going to support, then make sure you're not trying to hinder. That's all we ask, because we wouldn't go to their countries and do that. My brother, if you don't mind me asking, where your people from, if you don't mind me asking, man. Hey, welcome over here, man. We appreciate you and glad to have you over here. Brothers like yourself that are routers, man, hey, we ain't going to do nothing but build with you. It ain't nothing but respect all day long. It's just the people like the Candace Owens that we have a problem with, that will come over here and disrespect our people and tell us what we don't need. So if you like that brother Ed Zulu in the chat, man, I ain't got nothing but love for you. Everybody should already know that over here. Let's let it continue.
Zip code. We can once again have a land where hard work truly does get you ahead. We can once again have a land where you can go from poverty to prosperity in a single generation. I believe that land is still America. America's the greatest idea that's ever been.
Zippity-dee-dah, zippity-day. My, what a
I believe deeply in my heart, America's the greatest idea that's ever been. It's worth fighting for, it's worth sacrificing for, and it's worth getting out to vote for, because I truly believe in the deepest heart of hearts that with Donald J. Trump back in the White House, the best is yet to come. God bless you. Thank you. God bless America.
Look how we rock off the stage.
Yeah.
See, you know what the shameful part about the black combat veterans that got up there to speak? You've got one opening lead-in line that the white folks would either have to come out and show their racism in the Republican Party until you get your nigger ass off the stage, or they will have to say, you know what, that brother has a point and he earned the right to say it. All of them should come up there. And if you're a black conservative, listen, take me up on this challenge the next time you're in front of your people over there in the Republican Party. Take me up on this challenge, okay? How about you get up there and say, my people, Foundation of Black American Freedmen, we fought in every war this country has ever had. Right. So we have earned the right to have our fair economic share in this country, just like anybody else in this country. The people that haven't done that and fought in every single war. Crispus Attucks kicked off the American Revolution. They couldn't even start that by themselves, okay?
Yeah, they killed them.
They would not have overthrown and defeated the South if it wasn't for Foundation of Black American Freedmen, because our people did fight on both sides. That's the truth. Because they were promised that they would get their freedom by both. Both sides told the same lie, by the way, to go to show you how white supremacy is always united. But see, they're too cowardly to lead with that and say, because think about it. But those of us that are combat vets, if we stand up there and speak our truth on that, what you gonna tell us? Because you say you love the troops, right? You say you love veterans. So if you got to either come out and say, I just love the white veterans, and that don't apply to you niggas, or you gonna have to respect what we're saying. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, any of us that have gone overseas and fought for this nation, you don't tell me what I can and can't say. And I would tell them that to their faces. I dare you to try it. Oh yeah. But see, we two different types of combat vets. Those like myself and other brothers and sisters that have put our lives on the line for this nation and have families that have done so. And see, these white folks, these guys that you got up here, just so you can say that you got black people over there, they don't represent our people. They're not connected to us. They're not connected to us. You know who you should be talking to? And I got to give my brother a shout out. You need to be talking to people like Greg Marcel Dixon that can lay out these issues and facts in a way that you will understand them and present our argument. That's somebody connected to our community. Why don't you talk to him? Myself. And there's other brothers and sisters, Tizzle and Figaro, okay? Talk to people that can articulate our issues without kissing your behind. Because see, if you don't do that, you're not gonna ever reach a majority of the black vote. And see, I'm gonna say something to the Republican Party. Times are changing. Times are changing. It will be wise for you to try to do that because see, there's so many missed opportunities they've had to actually reach out to black folks seriously. See, think about it. Whether it was when Donald Trump was in office or right now that he's on his way to re-election, if they just started having serious conversations with black folks in good faith and just had at least one serious economic policy on the table with the door open to discuss doing more to rectify things that have been done wrong to us in this country, it will be around for the Democrats. Yeah. But see, that old school base of that Republican Party, they're not gonna let that deep fried racism go, and it's really gonna hurt them. It's gonna hurt them coming up because see, regardless of how things go, there's a lot that's about to shift on the global stage, and there's a lot that's gonna affect America too. And it's not gonna be the same place that they remember. Because see, let me tell you something. In case the slow bus people in white America didn't get it, you're not going back to that time before the pandemic. That's over. Right. There's not gonna be a return to that. Oh no, this is it from here on out. So the smartest thing to do would be to try to cast aside that white supremacy, anti-black racism, and let's work together to really make America great. How about that? But hey, you know, what do I know? What I just said is too much like right. Let's let it continue.
Families, just how much more they're spending on gas under Biden and Harris.
I'm gonna fast forward to
Him, boy, Mr. Wonder Gums. Yes, Tim the Gum Scott. Oh, he come, family. I told you we wasn't done getting on these Sambozos. Before he gets started, let me say something directly to Tim Scott. Tim, you and the rest of these buck dancing flunkies, no matter which party you in, when you come out here and do this type of performative Samboism, you really do set a new low for having any type of integrity about yourself as a black man. You really do. You far beyond the point of having any type of shame, because in order to have shame, you actually have to have the things that I mentioned. You have to have integrity. You have to have some type of moral compass. But for you to walk out here on this stage and do what he's about to do, family, I'm going to tell you something. If you didn't see this, I hope you're not eating or drinking. This is going to make your stomach turn, because this right here is just absolutely disgusting. And again, for the people that might just caught this, I'm not saying just because he's a Republican or a conservative that's why he's disgusting. I'm talking about all this performative Samboism that he's doing out here. Him and all the rest of them. Y'all about to see what I'm talking about. You go ahead and let him get started.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Wow. Y'all see this, man. Wow. Wow. Looking like some kind of goofy Muppet baby. And note to the brother, Pascal Ace. Now, this isn't his second time speaking. It's just that the funny thing about it, I'm glad you brought that up. Remember what I said earlier in the broadcast? Notice how all of them look the same. See, let me take the time to point it on out. All of them got on the same navy colored suit. The only difference is maybe the tie, but most of them bald headed. Both of them coming out here with that cooning and buffooning they're doing. They look like they rolled off a Sambo assembly line. That's basically what they look like. No personality, no flavor. See, I'm just gonna say it. This is gonna make Alabaster America mad. Family, I'm just gonna tell you, for me personally, I'm not speaking for anybody in the chat room. I'm just speaking for me, okay? The reason why I will never marry them folks over there in that community or procreate with them is because I don't want the flavor of my soul sucked out of me. Like you seeing on that. I just don't. I have not seen a black person with them folks yet that retain what we are as black American men and women. I just hadn't seen it. Now, I'm not saying it's not out there, but I just hadn't seen it. No matter whether it's the men or the women, when you go over there on that side, you become unseasoned just like that chicken, man. I love the flavor of the seasoning of my soul, okay? I will not part with that, because that was passed down to me through generations. It's a part of what makes me who I am. This joker right here, wow. Oh my God, this is sickening, family. I gotta play it though, because see, this needs to be something that we gotta start doing, whether it's Democrats or Republicans that come out here with this performative crap. We must make them pariahs in our community, especially if they don't advocate for us. See, I would almost give it a pass if he was coming up there advocating and stomping for the black community, but they're not doing that. If they're not going to do that, then well, we got to go ahead and make an example out of them, ostracize them away from our people. Let's let it continue.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, Milwaukee. Are you ready for 4 more years of Donald Trump? Oh, me too. Listen, if you didn't believe in miracles before Saturday, you better be believing right now.
Boy, them gums and that little bullet head and them eyes get the bucket. Oh, you ready for 4 more years of Donald Trump? If you didn't believe in miracles before Saturday, you better start right now. God, this Joker boy, he sounds like some type of goofy cartoon character. Right. Let me say something, man. And again, I'm speaking for myself. I can't tell y'all in the chat room what to do. I speak for other members of New Black Media, but I don't hang around black people like this. You can be nowhere around me because my spirit wouldn't allow it. And that type of crap right there, to me, this old extra performative Samboism, I just think that's a contaminant. I don't want that around me. That's just like, for me, let me tell you how bad it is. Let me just go ahead and be blunt with it. You think about the worst type of smell that you can't stand. For me, that's just how loud that is. I don't want to be nowhere around that. That's completely embarrassing. And then I don't want to be around you to give other white people the impression that I'm just like you. No. No. I'm just, like I said, that's how I feel. I can't tell y'all how to feel. Y'all gonna see. I'm gonna let him continue.
Thank God Almighty that we live in a country that still believes in the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the Alpha and the Omega. And our God still saves, he still delivers, and he still sets free. Because on Saturday, the devil came to Pennsylvania holding a rifle, but an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared. Oh, yeah.
Family, let me say something to you, Buck Dancer Sambos, in either party that do this. If you don't see white people doing that, what make you think that it's a good idea for you to jump up there and be the performative buck dancer? He roared. Y'all remember when Howard Dean was running for president and he got up there on that stage and talking about, we're gonna go to Washington, we're gonna take back the White House. Yeah. Remember when he did that?
Yeah, remember that, Shabaka?
Remember when he did that? He turned his own community out. They're like, okay, now you making a fool out of this. That's why that really canceled his hopes of even running for president. You ain't seen him since. This fool right here, though, because he's not connected to black society, he don't care about making an ass out of himself with them gums all over the damn place. These jokers are despicable. I'm telling you, I cannot stand this. I don't care whether it's black men or black women doing it in either party. I can't stand this.
Right.
You choose to go in front of a public audience on national TV to represent your people, and this is what you do? Nah, man. We are not cut from the same cloth. Let's let him continue.
Yeah. He roared. Yeah. Yes, he did.
Zippity doo dah, zippity.
You see,
man, this nigga is disgusting.
This is a difficult time for our nation.
He warned us.
Inflation is crushing families. Illegal immigration is crushing American workers. Failing schools and victimhood culture are crushing our poorest kids. And the weakness of the commander-in-chief has invited world wars all around our world. Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel and we're headed over a cliff. We hear despair in the voices of a millennial couple raising 2 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment because they can't afford a house. We see pain on the faces of Gold Star parents because their commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, literally forgets their son died in uniform on his watch. America, we deserve better. We deserve so much better. I was raised by a single mom in poverty. We had plastic spoons, not silver spoons.
You see, here it is again. Remember what I pointed out when Mark Robinson did the same thing? See, let me ask the people in this chat room something, right? Because, see, I want to confirm and see if this is just me thinking this way or what you all think in the audience. what relevance to the discussion here is him bringing up the hardship and how he grew up in a single mother home and how poor they were? What relevance is that to the discussion at this Republican National Convention regarding getting Donald Trump reelected, other than sitting up there trying to say what you know white people want to hear? Am I missing something? Can somebody tell me what I'm missing if I'm missing anything? Because I'm open to suggestions. I want to know, what relevance is that?
It's none. There's no relevance.
Let me ask any of you in the chat room here. If you had to go and speak before a convention of this nature, would you see fit to bring up anything about your family's personal hardships unless you're going to use it to advocate for some type of policy that will rectify that issue? I'm just asking. I'm trying to figure it out because, see, I'm pointing this out for a reason because this is the script that they give them. Go out here, say the stuff that you know our people want to hear. You're not going to talk about actually doing anything for your people. You better not, okay? You want to keep getting little crumbs that we give you. And then on top of that, instead of you actually saying anything as far as like intelligent articulation, just parrot our talking points. So you can tell that they don't have an original thought in their brain, which is why it's hilarious when they say they're free thinkers. Where? All I hear him saying is what everybody else was saying. We get that part. What innovative thought are you going to bring to the table? But see, he has none because him and the rest of them Sam Bozos before they came before him is hired to be mascots. That's it.
But she taught me to work hard, to take responsibility and reject victimhood. Thank God for my wonderful mama.
No.
I know this is going to offend.
His mama was a mammy. And she taught him wrong.
And the only thing that hard work guarantees
every
is
time
an
I
early
say
grade.
it offends
You don't
them.
work harder,
But let
you
me
work
say
smarter.
it one more time.
That's right, Shabbat.
America is not a racist country.
Since when?
Man, you know it, man. No.
And
no.
I have a question for you, Tim Scott, you, Kamami Harris, and everybody else that said that. If America isn't a racist country, then explain to me why my people were lynched. Explain to me why my people were in slavery. Explain to me why there were Jim Crow laws on the books. Explain all of that history to me that we can clearly see happen.
Exactly.
See, if you're going to make that type of statement in any type of good faith, then it must be challenged with actual historical facts. I would love to him to tell me what you call that if it's not anti-black racism and white supremacy that cost my people their lives.
Right.
But see, for him to know that and get his black ass up here in front of them folks and say that over and over again, talking about the liberals and all this stuff, never mind liberal, conservative, Democrat, Republican. You know that this is a sorry ass Negro to sit up here and say this crap with a straight face, all because you want to get a pat on your little bullet head from them folks. That's the very definition of selling your soul, family. You hear me?
Yeah.
This is a coward. This right here is a cancer in our community. I don't care which side of the aisle you own, liberal or conservative, Democrat, Republican. If you get up here and in order to fit in, you have to ignore the plight of your people, don't call yourselves one of us.
Right.
You definitely are not family, and I won't refer to you as no brother or sister in the community. There's no way in the hell I'm going to let that come out of my mouth. You talking like this. You know why? Because, see, on top of everything I just said as far as it pertains to those of our lineage in this country, you show me a time where any grievance has been inflicted historically or present day on the white adjacent groups that are classified as white, or them folks in the dominant society, and you let me see one of their own come up here and talk like a Tim Scott and completely deny the reality of their people. I've never seen it, and I challenge any of you to find it because it doesn't exist. But yet, here we are with this sitting up here wearing the color of our uniform, making a mockery of everything that our ancestors went through. Let me tell you something, Tim Scott. The ancestors are working now. I'm not going to celebrate her passing, but I'm aware that Sheila Jackson Lee is no longer with us. I'm going to give you a warning. You better look at what happens when you come out here and do this. The ancestors are watching you, man, and they're going to deal with you accordingly. Your time is coming. And when it does come, you're going to think about all these things that you did. Was it worth it? All of them up here talking about one nation under God, God this, God that. I'm going to quote what Jesus Christ himself said. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul in the process? Let it continue.
Man, that goddamn suit guy he got on look like he stole that
But if you were
motherfucker, man.
looking for racism
I wouldn't
today,
be called dead, no
you'd find
ragged
it
ass
in
shit
cities
like that.
run by Democrats.
Get the suits tailored, you get them cut, you get them dry.
Look on the south side of Chicago. Poor black.
Every time either politician, be it Democrat or Republican, bring up Chicago or any place, let me tell you, especially young black people listen to this, how you handle that. Before they finish that sentence, you say, okay, yeah, Chicago, great, it's bad. What have you done in the last 10 years, the last 5 years to rectify the problem? Or are you just bringing it up in bad faith? Now, if that person, no matter what aisle they own, Democrat or Republican, can't list out things that they've done personally and show you where they've been active trying to help out with the situation, you cut them off and dismiss them. So you got to teach these politicians not to play in your faces with things like that. For him to get up here, Chicago, yeah, you saying that because that's a talking point that all of them white supremacist conservatives use. Chicago, Chicago. And first of all, most of the violence up there going on is not the black people. Exactly. Oh, no. See, they don't talk about those white adjacents up there committing all those crimes, these illegal aliens committing the crime. For the few black people that are up there got that going on, we already know what that is when all these mysterious shootings happen and they can't find nobody in the most surveilled society we've ever lived in all across America. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna give you some homework. And those of you on this channel for a number of years, you're familiar with this. If you don't know what the hailstorm system is, just like it sounds, just like the hail that falls out the sky, go look up what the hailstorm system is. That's in every major city in America. You trying to tell me with that system, and I'm not going to tell you what it does, because I've broken it down. I'm going to give you some homework to do. You trying to tell me with that system here in America and all these cameras all over the place, when a black person does something, you can't find them all of a sudden? Think about it. That doesn't make sense. That lets you know that law enforcement is in on most of that, because that's the only way that if a black person was to go and do all of this, they just couldn't find them all of a sudden. These are magical disappearing Negroes that just pop up out of nowhere, shoot up a bunch of people, and then just fade off, and nobody knows how to find them. Do anybody in my chat room believe that nonsense? No. See, this milk-dud-head bastard wouldn't want to have no conversation with me on that, because I will make him look twice as stupid as he looks up here on this stage. Let's let it continue.
Black kids trapped in failing schools, thousands shot every single year, including one of my former interns, Daquan. But there's good news. It's conservative values that restores hope. It's Republican policies that lifts people up. I partnered with the greatest president of my generation, President Donald J. Trump.
Oh, man.
On the biggest tax cuts ever for working people and single moms, and opportunity zones for neighborhoods that need them most. But Joe Biden and Kamala.
What I'm not hearing out your mouth, Mr. Gumby, because I'm gonna call that's the real Gumby right here. I'm not hearing you say, "Hey, I fought to get Black Americans involved in venture capitalism, okay, so they could get those funds for their businesses." I'm not hearing him talk about anything as far as business creation. Never mind an opportunity zone, because we all see what the scam is with that. How about you talk about what you're doing directly for Black America? You see, because a lot of people are like, oh, you just getting on it because he got a white wife and he got them gums all over the place and bucking them eyes. No. I can get down to the brass tacks of the matter. Why aren't you advocating for our people?
Right.
See, I'm gonna go ahead and say something y'all might find controversial. If he was married to that Alabaster's over there, because that's his business where he want to put his little Talladega, not none of mine, okay? But if he was married to her and you was advocating for our people, you wouldn't hear me say nothing about it. Nothing he got going on. I'd be like, hey, man, whatever he do in his personal life ain't got nothing to do with me. I would look the other way, just like we did for Marion Barry. Hey, Marion Barry wanted to smoke that crack, but he did a lot for the black community in D.C. too.
And he
What
got
crack?
reelected.
I don't know what they're talking about. How you know it was crack? Did we get a verification on that? You see what I'm saying? I would look the other way. Like, okay, you doing something for the black community in America? Hey, if the price of that is you want you a snow bunny, go ahead and knock yourself out. Just keep these tangibles rolling over into our community. I actually would say that, okay? But see, he's not gonna do none of what I just said because this man is twice the cow that take the B one. Let's let it continue.
Harris, they give illegal immigrants free hotel rooms while our veterans sleep on the streets. Disgusting. Trump secured our border once, and Donald Trump will secure it again. This November, we are not deciding simply the fate for the next 4 years. We're setting a course for the next 40 years. I see our heartland filled with huge American factories, powered by abundant American energy, building what America needs, creating generational wealth for blue-collar workers. You see, we are the Republican Party of Frederick Douglass and of Abraham Lincoln.
Oh boy, my brother Dan Miller TV going off in the chat. Brother, you are hilarious. Family. The brother Dan Miller TV said he need to use some of that border wire for your handsome braces. Oh no. Oh boy, you Kevin Trees, my brother Black Vulture, man, boy, my chat room here. Look, I keep telling y'all, I may not have the biggest channel, but I stand by this. I think I got the coldest audience as far as the roast game on YouTube. I don't care how big other people's chat rooms are. I done seen some of y'all in this chat, boy. Y'all be going in, and rightly so. You know I don't have no objection to it because you're telling the truth. Man, look. All this stuff that he's saying here, though, family, notice that, again, none of the black conservative speakers up here have talked about specifically what they have done for black people or what they're going to do under Donald Trump. None of them are saying that, hey, we're going to put together a plan specifically for Black America and take this to Donald Trump. They're not saying nothing about us because it's all about them. See, they're two sides of the same coin. Roland Martin and these Sambozos right here. Notice with Roland Martin, all he talks about is himself, what he can get for him. They need to give me advertising dollars. It's not really advertising dollars. It's Boule Buffet Master Play Fund. That's really what he be saying. Roland, you're not fooling us. Port Charlton's Prime Ribs, Martin. We know that the only reason that you want more money is support your food addiction that you got over there. And around in line at all kinds of buffets, man. You know what I'm saying? Look, don't get me started on Roland. I'll be on him all night. But listen, you get the point. They're selfish. Yeah. They don't ever talk about what they're doing for other black people. Let's let it continue.
Of Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. But we, 4 more years. I love it.
Get up there and tap dance, nigga. Yeah, there you go.
Look at this fool bending and leaning down. See, you know what? Let me say this, man.
This nigga's disgusting, man.
You other black Sambo conservatives, won't you pull Tim Scott to the side? Because, boy, he going out there like they. Let me ask a question. Maybe I'm ignorant because I'm not a Republican. I've never been to their conventions, never been to a Democrat convention. maybe I'm ignorant of something. Is there some type of Sambo award that he's competing for? Cause boy, do all this performing he got going on, he had like they gonna say, you know what? It's just like you ever seen the judges outside of a boxing match where they taking down score, how many punches were thrown. Mm-hmm. They're like, okay, you bucked your eyes here, 10 points. Oh, what? You make America great? Okay, 20 points. You let them big old gums show? 30 points. He had like he gonna win some type of award for all this performative crap he got going on. When the last time you seen a white man or a white woman performing like this in front of their people like that when they talking about serious issues? Never. Big stupid buffoon. Boy, I can't stand this dude, boy. Let him continue.
Awesome. We are not simply the party of our leaders. We are also the party of a young woman in Wisconsin taking over her family farm, an Hispanic father working 16-hour days in Nevada, and a black teenager in Philly.
There ain't no way in hell that motherfucker's working no goddamn 16 hours a day.
Not party of the past. We are the great opportunity party of America's future.
What are you gonna do for the black teenager that's starving in Philadelphia? What have you done for him, Tim? Right. Huh? Oh, but I forgot. No, as long as you up under that alabaster, you can't see that far down the line.
Exactly.
And there's only, hear me clearly, and there's only one person who can make that vision a reality. Donald J. Trump. God bless America.
Zippity day. My,
Please welcome Congress.
You too. Because I have not seen that period in history or present day.
Okay, this is the last one. This that goddamn Brian Donalds.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to call it a night after this last one here, Brother Jay.
Okay, I understand.
See, a lot of them tend to think because I criticize the Democrats that, he's one of the good ones. No, I'm going to call it down the middle on both of them. And like I said here tonight, this is what you call, okay, we got black people in the Republican Party. They don't represent the average black American man and woman. Because we're not going to sit up here and play like we're blind to our condition in this country and the debt that is owed to us, which is reparations, a legally owed debt. You're going to pay that debt one way or another. It's going to come a time where you're going to be begging to pay it. Mark my words. Like I said, when Donald Trump does get back in there, it's going to be some things he's not going to be able to save you from. You're going to learn. Going to learn. Life is going to teach you better than I can tell you. Let's let it get back to it.
God bless you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States of America.
That if you choose to vote Trump because you're not trying to give Joe Biden your vote, that's fine too. Just don't repeat the same thing over and over again because that's the definition of insanity. Speaking of insanity, we're gonna let this little jackass here continue his speech. Let's get back to it.
But what about those kids whose parents,
as he comes out here on this stage, talk about book dancing and being a caricature. I want y'all to watch how this man walk out here on this stage. Let's let it continue.
Damn suit look like it's stolen. Man, look at the cut on that raggedy motherfucker, man.
Yeah, that's a fucked
good
up
evening,
cut.
Milwaukee.
You know, Milwaukee, we're on live television. You gotta let me get to the speech now. Thank you. I'm Byron Donalds, and I come from the great state of Florida.
Man, fuck you, DeSantis, and the whole
And I
goddamn
proudly
state of
represent
Florida.
the people of Southwest Florida.
I've been
But
through
I
there,
was
yo,
raised by
ragged
a
ass
single mother
state.
in Brooklyn, New York.
Me too.
Life was hard and we struggled. When I was in the first grade, my mother took me out of public school because she could see that public education was failing me. I needed to be challenged, and I needed the opportunity that only a private school could provide. My mother is an educator, and she truly believed in my potential. But Democrat politicians wanted to trap me in a failing school, but my mom fought for me. Mom, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you, Mom.
Have you noticed how many of them came out there talking about how they was raised by single mothers?
Mm-hmm.
Just keep saying that over and over. Okay, if one person said that, you come up with something else. Just keep saying it over and over again. There's a reason for that, though, family. Because, see, what you're looking at, these are black men that don't have any type of personal pride or integrity about themselves. You don't hear all them white people coming out there talking about how they was raised in single-parent homes, except for that one white lady that out there. The only person you heard doing that. But these Sambos, like you said, one of the brothers said in the chat room, he couldn't hardly tell them apart because they're basically off a Sambozo assembly line. But see, I will give him credit for one thing. At least he's not using that goofy forced white inflation because he can't even muster up how to talk like that being making an immigrant. And it's hard for them to master that. Very few of them can do that. Okay? So here's the thing. Byron Donalds is talking about the education system and how it failed them. And I agree, the American education system is not designed to educate, it's designed to indoctrinate. Well, Byron Donalds, you down there in Florida. So if you have such a problem with kids being miseducated in the public school system, why are you not the biggest advocate for them to stop taking the history of this country out of schools? But I know why. Oh, I know why, because you're not of my lineage and you're a hypocrite. You can't say on one hand how bad the public education system is, then on the other hand, you're for them taking the actual history out of schools because they keep making the excuse, y'all know, talking about CRT. By the way, CRT is actually something that's in college. It's not in any elementary schools or high schools. But see, they keep saying the excuse is, well, you don't want to make little white children feel bad. Well, what about the black children that you weren't worried about our feelings when we was learning about how our ancestors was enslaved? You weren't worried about us. So because you tell who the actual slave masters are and what was done to my people, oh, that's traumatized for white kids, but it wasn't traumatized for us to learn about that. You see what I'm saying? See, if you're gonna be consistent about something, be consistent about it across the board. But see, Byron Donalds, you don't have the balls to sit up there and say that on this stage. I want y'all to hear the rest of this speech he's about to give though here. See, I'm putting them all on blast over here tonight. Let's let it continue.
You're cooning his ass.
Words cannot describe how deeply grateful I am to be your son. When I was in the 7th grade, my mom lost her job. We went on government assistance and my grandma helped us pay for private school. My mom and my grandma sacrificed to ensure that I could build a successful future through a commitment to academic achievement and hard work.
This motherfucker
I'm
said that he
standing
was
here
on
today
public
as a
assistance and
result
went to
of their
private school. This motherfucker said that his family was on public assistance and he went to private school. You just caught this motherfucker. One of the biggest goddamn lies going is because if you can afford to go to private school, man, you would not be on public assistance and you would not need to be on public assistance.
Right. He said his grandma paid for it, though.
Huh. Something ain't adding up. To quote the words of Dr. Henry Lee in the O.J. Simpson case, something not right.
And his ex Becky said that he's actually FBA. He's not Jamaican or Haitian, as he's claiming.
Love, good and safe schools, and great teachers. And to the teachers of America who pour your heart and your soul into your students and teach the next generation to love, honor, and serve our great country, we all say thank you.
Don't just say thank you. How about you advocate for teachers to have the same type of pay that other professions have, okay? So that they're not struggling from paycheck to paycheck.
Right.
How about that? See, I'm breaking it down and showing you how these people are so full of it, because instead of just talking about what actually is that people are living, people need tangible policies.
Right.
See, let me talk to you, Republican Party. But the average Black American, they sound like me. They don't sound like Byron Donalds and these book dancing sambos that you got up here to just turn the line to be your little mascot.
Right.
You out your mind if you think they're going to influence us to sound like that. Nope. You'll cherry pick a few of them to sound like that, but you're not going to be able to make any headway with my people if that's what you call yourself trying to do. We're not going to go from voting for the Democrats for 60 years for nothing to turn around and do the same thing for you. This is why most of my people are saying they're going to choose the couch. Now, let's address this. A lot of people are saying they're going to vote for Trump, but that doesn't mean that they support the Republican Party as a whole. So I understand that. And hey, I'm like this. Whoever you give your vote to, just don't give it to these damn Democrats, because that's suicide at this point for any Black person in this country.
Right.
Especially with my lineage. That's insane to go out here and cast your vote for this man that has done so much harm to this country, to the economy, specifically to Black America, with specific policy going back to 1976 that we can look at and document. Never mind all his anti-Black racism that's out in the open that people just automatically overlook for some reason. Be intelligent, vote for policy, not party. And like I said, if you have to choose the couch, do that. If you choose to vote Trump because you're not trying to give Joe Biden your vote, that's fine too. Just don't repeat the same thing over and over again, because that's the definition of insanity. Speaking of insanity, we're going to let this little jackass here continue his speech. Let's get back to it.
But what about those kids whose parents can't scrape money together for private school? Don't those kids who grew up like I grew up deserve the same chance that I had? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent their kids to high-priced private schools. But since they are in the pocket of the far-left teachers' unions, they trap poor kids like me in failing schools with no way out. They say they're pro-choice, but not if you want a choice over what your kids are taught. Donald Trump believes every parent deserves a choice and every child deserves a chance. And in November, when Donald Trump is elected, our nation's 47th president, we will make sure all America's children get that chance. Growing up poor, I know the pain of high food prices, high energy prices, and housing costs. I remember as a kid, my mom yelling at me, turn off that light, you don't pay the bill.
Uncle Remus syndrome.
We know there's a bunch of kids in America today who are hearing that from their parents. The massive inflation created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has only made it worse. During my first term in Congress, I served on the Budget Committee and the Small Business Committee. We told Joe Biden that his so-called American Rescue Plan was going to cause inflation. The Biden-Harris administration.
Now, you just heard him say that committee that he was on there. Okay, Byron Donalds, if we look at your record, are we going to see where you advocate for Black business owners to get access to the same capital as white folks in this country? Are we going to see that if we look at your record? You all can go and pull that up for yourselves. I'm not going to even say nothing. You do your own homework on that. Let's let it continue.
Told us not to worry, but I knew better. I have nearly 2 decades of experience as a financial professional, and the evidence is in. Go to any grocery store, buy eggs, buy beef, buy milk. Even housing prices have skyrocketed. All Americans deserve a shot at the American dream. But under Joe Biden's debilitating economic policies, far many Americans, far too many of them, that dream has slipped away. This shows that we were right, that Joe Biden was wrong, and that you, the American people, are paying the price. As Americans, we've all been struggling. The disastrous results of the Biden-Harris agenda.
Oh, now see, that's an insult right there. We've all been struggling. Oh no, you and your little book dancing Sambo buddies, y'all not struggling at all. Oh no, you're not. None of them in government are struggling on either side of the political aisle. See, that's something I want my people to do too, no matter whether it's Democrat or Republican. Don't ever let them come around you talking about they understand what you're going through. No, you don't, because you're not going through it. No, you don't.
Exactly.
They're not worrying about none of the kitchen table issues that the average Americans in this country are worried about. They're not. Don't let them people insult you when they come around asking for your votes. I want you to sternly check them and ask them the blatant question. How is it that you can relate to what we're going through when you're not in that situation? You can't relate to that at all. Make sure you don't let them people play with you in your face, family. Let's let it continue.
Transcend race, religion, or income. But under President Trump, all of this will change.
No, it won't. Not
And
for
if
us,
there
it
was
ain't.
ever a time
Hell no.
in our nation to come together, that time is now. With Trump, our economy will boom again. You will have more money in your pocket again. And your children will have a future again. Together, I know we will make America wealthy again.
You gonna make it wealthy for who, Byron?
Silicon Valley. Stinky bird.
And together, America, we will make America great again.
That statement, make America great again, only applies to white people because America has never been great for my people in this country. No, it has not. It has not at all. America has think about it. Where was this great period in America for black people? I want somebody to tell me that. Where was the great period? Can somebody detail what the great period in America was for black people? What was the great period? Somebody put some years and dates on this great period. So see, this is why you can't intelligently call yourself MAGA if you black. You can. Now, there's some book dancing black conservatives that will do it, but when you challenge them on their face, like, okay, you say, make America great again. Show me where it was great for our people in this country. Show me. Even if you have those of us that have families that have individual success, we're talking about on a collective scale. Because if you're going to say make America great again, you're talking about the collective. Where has it been great for the collective of Black America? I would like to see this time period. I would like somebody to detail it and show me the date from which period did it start and which period did it continue to. Because I have not seen that period in history or present day. See, a lot of them tend to think because I criticize the Democrats that, oh, he's one of the good ones. No, I'm going to call it down the middle on both of you. And like I said here tonight, this is what you call, okay, we got black people in the Republican Party. They don't represent the average black American man and woman. Because we're not going to sit up here and play like we're blind to our condition in this country and the debt that is owed to us, which is reparations, a legally owed debt. You're going to pay that debt one way or another. It's going to come a time where you're going to be begging to pay it. Mark my words. Like I said, when Donald Trump does get back in there, it's going to be some things he's not going to be able to save you from. You're going to learn. You're going to learn. Life is going to teach you better than I can tell you. Let's let it get back to it.
God bless you, Milwaukee.
Thanks for joining us.
God bless the United States of America.
New York, New York.
Man, that's just an example of the buck dancing, coonery, and buffoonery that went on last week at the RNC in Milwaukee. So moving along, this is what I wanted to talk with Dr. Barnes about, but he wasn't able to stay. So while all this coonery and buffoonery was going on outside, this was happening. There were several protests that were going on in the midst of this. And we're going to play some clips from that.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency, Breaking with Convention. We're broadcasting from Milwaukee just after the Republican National Convention ended. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Here in Milwaukee, protesters marched on Thursday through downtown to call for justice for Samuel Sharpe and Devontae Mitchell. Samuel Sharpe was a 43-year-old unhoused Black veteran who was shot dead here in Milwaukee by police officers from Ohio who were here in Wisconsin as part of a group of 4,500 law enforcement officials here for the RNC. The shooting took place a mile from the RNC's proceedings. Sharpe's death came weeks after security guards at the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Milwaukee killed Devontae Mitchell. The 43-year-old Black father died after security guards pinned him to the ground.
Democracy Now! Was at the vigil on Thursday. This is Carl Hars, a cousin of Devontae Mitchell.
Justice for who? Devontae Mitchell. Justice for who?
Devontae Mitchell.
Justice for who? Devontae Mitchell. When do we want it? Now. 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 We literally do that chant every time we see each other now. It sucks. In real life, it really sucks. That's how I greet my family now. His mother, his brother, his sister, his other brother, his other cousins. Milwaukee isn't so small. It isn't. They try to make us small, but we're not. We won the NBA championship. We got the RC. I don't even care. I don't even care what it's called, because it doesn't show compassion for my family, other families. I never in a million years thought it to be my family. I never thought every week we'll be doing some type of protest, some type of march, some type of like shed some type of light on this situation. They come here and make money off our city. But when we hurting and we need them, they not there. They turn their back on us. At this point, we on the outside. They probably watching us from their beautiful binoculars and fine wine glasses and going on about their life. But we got to remember those seconds, those moments where I had to see my cousin's body on Facebook, Instagram. And you know what? We have to pay the same respects to the family that's also here supporting us. Sam Sharpe, treated as if he didn't matter. He mattered to us. We just want you to understand he could have been your family member. He could have been your brother, your cousin. He could have been your loved one.
My name is Naisha Mitchell. Devontae was my brother. I was his big sister. We are definitely going to keep fighting for justice here. We appreciate all you guys' support. We just ask for the community to keep on coming out here with us, keep standing with us until we get some answers. You know, no one has been charged. No one has been arrested. They're saying that they're waiting on autopsy results. But we saw the video. We all saw the video. Why do we need autopsy results to determine if these people need to be arrested or convicted of a crime? We saw them murder him in broad daylight. We need answers, and we want it now, and we need justice now.
My name is Katrina Gaines. I'm here on behalf of my nephew for his mother's sake. Now, most people that know Sam Sharpe, they know that he has MS and his gait is unbalanced. He wanted to be on his own with his MS. He didn't want us to feel like we had to take care of him or burden him. He told us all that God told him to go and help in that community. And that's what he did. But for the police to just shoot him like that, 27 bullets, come on, and you shot my nephew like that. You shot him. It didn't take all of that. If he was someone else, if he was a different race, and I hate to bring race in this because I have all races in my family, but you wouldn't have killed him like that. You wouldn't have shot him like that. 27 bullets, and all this he was doing was trying to protect himself. He went to the police and they did nothing. And now my nephew is shot. He is shot and he is dead, and it is just horrible. What's your name, sister? My name is Angelique Sharpe. I'm Sam Sharpe's sister. First of all, this Bible and that Bible that my sister holding, this is all that's left for Sam besides his dog. All of y'all up there, all of y'all out here that are parents, when your kids grow up and they get into an altercation, they feel like they got to protect themselves because we live in a country where everybody wants to protect themselves. How do you want to walk up on a situation watching your child in an altercation with someone else? How would you want that situation to be handled? Because by the police, because there's no way you're going to tell me you want it to be handled like that. There's not no officer, it ain't no mayor, it ain't no chief of police that's going to tell me that you would want a situation to be escalated like that did not have a gun. Talking about this is an immediate threat to life. How do we know if the police killed the perpetrator or the victim here? How do we know?
Bring it out.
We sick of this, we tired of it. We want answers, and for now, all I'm gonna say is we appreciate every single person that's come out day after day, that supported our family. We love Sam. We're gonna always advocate for him. Y'all not gonna make him out to be a knife-wielding criminal because that's not who he was.
That's right.
The streets know him. The police don't. Y'all don't get to tell the story and tell the narrative. We're gonna tell it. We sick of it, and today, that narrative stops today.
That's right.
We're going to lead another family-friendly, peaceful march. We're going to get within sight and sound of the Hyatt, where Devontae Mitchell was murdered. Justice for Devontae Mitchell! Justice for Devontae Mitchell! Justice for Devontae Mitchell! Justice for Samuel Sharpe! Justice for Samuel Sharpe! Justice for Samuel
The employees of this Hyatt Hotel right here at 333 West Kilbourne Avenue killed my cousin Devontae Mitchell. And they tried to sweep it underneath the rug. They did not know that Devontae had family. The media tried to say that he came in here causing a nuisance, and when police arrived that he was unresponsive. They forgot to say that the employees of the Hyatt Hotel here beat the hell out of him for almost 15 minutes until he died. No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
That was Latresa Giles, Devontae Mitchell's cousin, speaking outside the Hyatt Hotel here in downtown Milwaukee Thursday. Tune in for our other hour when we talk about the recent killings of these two Black men here in Milwaukee. Samuel Sharpe will be joined by his sister and Devontae Mitchell. Stay tuned for that other hour of special Breaking with Convention coverage right here at democracynow.org or on your local station. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency, Breaking with Convention. We're broadcasting from Milwaukee just after the last night of the Republican National Convention. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Here in Milwaukee, protesters marched on Thursday through downtown to call for justice for Samuel Sharpe and Devontae Mitchell. Samuel Sharpe was a 43-year-old unhoused Black man who was shot dead in Milwaukee by police officers from Ohio who were here in Wisconsin as part of a group of 4,500 law enforcement officials here for the RNC. The shooting took place a mile from the RNC's proceedings. Sharpe's death came weeks after security guards at the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Milwaukee killed Devontae Mitchell. The 43-year-old Black father died after security guards pinned him to the ground.
Democracy Now! Was at the protest and march on Thursday. This is Katrina Games, the aunt of Sam Sharpe. But first we hear from Naisha Mitchell, the big sister of Devontae Mitchell.
My name is Naisha Mitchell. Devontae was my brother. I was his big sister. We are definitely going to keep fighting for justice here. We appreciate all you guys' support. We just ask for the community to keep on coming out here with us, keep standing with us until we get some answers. You know, no one has been charged. No one has been arrested. They're saying that they're waiting on autopsy results, but we saw the video. We all saw the video. Why do we need autopsy results to determine if these people need to be arrested or convicted of a crime? We saw them murder him in broad daylight. We need answers, and we want it now, and we need justice now.
My name is Katrina Games. I'm here on behalf of my nephew for his mother's sake. Now, most people that know Sam Sharpe, they know that he has MS and he doesn't, his gait is unbalanced. He wanted to be on his own with his MS. He didn't want us to feel like we had to take care of him or burden him. He told us all that God told him to go and help in that community. And that's what he did. But for the police to just shoot him like that, 27 bullets, come on, and you shot my nephew like that. You shot him. It didn't take all of that. If he was someone else, if he was a different race, and I hate to bring race in this because I have all races in my family, but you wouldn't have killed him like that. You wouldn't have shot him like that. 27 bullets, and all this he was doing was trying to protect himself. He went to the police and they did nothing. And now my nephew is shot. He is shot and he is dead, and it is just horrible.
For more, we're joined by two guests here in Milwaukee. Angelique Sharpe is the sister of Sam Sharpe Jr., shot 27 times by Columbus, Ohio police officers near the Republican National Convention, about a mile away on Tuesday. And we're joined by Wisconsin State Representative Darren Madison, whose district includes Milwaukee. He's a member of Democratic Socialists of America. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Angelique, I met you yesterday at the rally that ended at the Hyatt. You were in Red Hour Park. And first, my condolences on the death of your brother. You are very brave to come here today because you just lost him. Can you tell us what happened to Sam? I mean, the fact that officers from Columbus, Ohio, who are coming to the RNC to be part of the thousands of police officers here for this national security event, opened fire on your brother. Explain.
Thank you for your condolences. First and foremost,
he was named after a slave rebellion.
The situation from our perspective is that Sam, he had actually complained about a bully that lived in the shelterless community down there. He actually called on Saturday. The police have not contacted our family, asked for not a question. Our phone logs.
Just to be clear, you're saying that your brother Sam called the police for help?
At least that's what we're under the understanding, that he called the police for help, but he called home. And he came home that day as well. He called home Saturday. And I called him, and he had told my mother that he was feared for his life. Someone told him that they were going to kill him, his dog, and burn his tent down. He was afraid. And my mother was hysterical. She said, and she called me. She said, Angelique, call Sam. I called Sam. He answered the phone. He repeated this to me. And he said, Angelique, I was like, well, what you want me to do? And he was like, well, I really don't want you involved, down here because you don't know anything about this community.
You're talking about the unhoused encampment where he had moved out of the house to live.
Absolutely. Like I would go visit him and give him money or ask him, is he okay, or batteries or whatever that he might need. But I didn't hang out down there or anything like that. And so he didn't want me to just be immersed in the community like that. So he was like, he basically said that, if this person tries to come for him, he's going to have to protect himself and not to go down there. Then that was Saturday. Tuesday, the day that this happened, he came home at about 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. He said that whoever this was chased him out of the encampment to the house. So he left his dog Isis down there, and he complained again to my mother that this person was trying to make good on what they said they was going to try to, to premeditated murder. And so ultimately, they got into a standoff. And what we're seeing in the video, the body cam, is a video without context. So,
meaning you're seeing Sam with what in his hands?
So he does have we believe that they were paring knives, and he was open. A lot of the shelterless community may not have regular appliances and tools that you have in the kitchen. They will open cans and eat out of whatever. And so maybe he had already had this, around.
And you're saying it was to protect himself. He also had MS?
He had MS, which would have affected his balance, his hearing, and this person knew that Sam wasn't. Everybody down there knew Sam was not physically stealth to stand.
Even the local police knew.
They knew.
But they were local police.
They were local
and
police.
These were police from Ohio who'd come in to supposedly provide security for the convention.
They don't have any clue about that community at all.
Right. So they opened fire.
They opened fire. And
they were far from him.
They were far from him. And so a couple of things that come into play that really have us baffled is, one, Sam has MS that affects your hearing. Two, nobody's talking about this happened on 15th and the lead. On 16th Street is one of the most busy thoroughfare streets in the city. The traffic, this is high noon. We're talking about noontime, lunchtime traffic in the middle of a workday, loud vehicles. So on top of him not being able to hear and traffic, how are you supposed to hear police from that far away telling you to give any commands? And not only that, in the video, it backs it up because neither one of the men responded to the they couldn't hear. Otherwise, there's no way that both of them didn't turn around and respond. They're both. And I want to debunk the narrative that this person life was in danger. I've never seen a person come to a fight, a quote unquote knife fight, that's in danger, that's engaging with, quote unquote, the perpetrator. Why aren't you running? Why aren't you, if you are in imminent danger and you're scared for your life, there's no way that 25 or 30 police officers, or however many it is, put that many brains together and talked about he had a knife, and that's the only conclusion you came up with, was to go down there and shoot him and kill him dead like that.
Well, Representative Darren Madison, if you could respond to this tragic incident and the fact that Black people in Wisconsin are nearly 6 times more likely to be killed by police than white people. If you could just say what specific measures you're advocating.
Yeah, absolutely. And, one, I want to uplift that, that community over there, there's repairs of the breach in that neighborhood, which is 24-hour day shelter that provides services for folks who are unhoused in that community, that's why that encampment is there, and that's why local low enforcement know a lot of the folks in that community and know how to navigate those relationships. As it relates to the broader context of our local communities, we black folks in this city have navigated police violence since the since the 1950s. That was one of the first killings of a black male by the hands of law enforcement reported in our state, and that has only happened more and more times throughout history. In recent years, that's happened a series of times, which has led to communities crying for real change as it relates to law enforcement procedures and practices to ensure that folks can be safe in their own community. Some of the bills that I've been working on over the past year have called for one, police decertification for law enforcement when law enforcement officers are involved in these situations and they are found guilty. What often happens is instead of being held accountable, a law enforcement officer will quit and then go work in another department in another community nearby, right?
And you have in the case of Devontae Mitchell, and let's just be clear, Sam was killed on Tuesday. Devontae was killed, it was June 30th. That was a few weeks ago. And he was held down not by police, but by security guards. And I have to say, yesterday when I went to the Hyatt and I went to the different police to say, can you tell me where exactly Devontae Mitchell was killed? They would say, I don't know. I am from Chicago, or I am from, and they named all these different places, Ohio. I am from, because they were all different law enforcement. And of course, the local police, they also wouldn't tell me. But these weren't even police. They were security guards that he was held down. Explain, and then talk about what you're demanding, what police have responded in both cases. Yeah, so in the case of Devontae, what had happened was there was the staff claimed that he was being disruptive in the Hyatt. It eventually led to them assaulting him in the space. Apparently he ended up in a bathroom a women's bathroom at some point, and then was chased outside, in which he was pinned down on the ground by at least 2 confirmed security guards. The other 2 folks, it wasn't confirmed if they were security or they were Hyatt staff. What we do know is that the Hyatt has fired that security staff team, as well as a few other staffers who worked in the space for not being compliant with their own policies. What that tells us, and the lawyer of Devontae's family said it best, is that there is skepticism, at least from the Hyatt's perspective, in that whole altercation. When Milwaukee law enforcement arrived, they found him unresponsive and tried to resuscitate him, and he sadly lost his life. What we know was his last words was, "I'm sorry." And often in these situations where folks are losing their lives, they're pleading with someone who has dominance for their life, and they don't respond and do anything. That hurts. And the videotape in both cases is devastating. We only have 30 seconds, but Angelique, we're talking, this is our last segment here in Milwaukee. Outside the Republican convention, has the Trump team gotten in touch with you? Have your local police gotten in touch with you?
They absolutely have not. And I don't understand. When we have evidence that Sam called home, the shelterless community down there, by all accounts of his character and the character of the other person, it's absolutely not making sense.
What do you want right now as you speak to a global audience? We have about 10 seconds.
Yes, I want transparency. We want not the clips of the video. We want full clips. We want the autopsy report. And we really want justice for my brother.
Well, we're not going to stop here, even as we go back to New York. I want to thank you both for being with us. Angelique Sharpe, again, condolences, sister of Sam Sharpe Jr., an unhoused Black man killed by Columbus, Ohio police not far from the Republican convention on Tuesday. And Wisconsin State Representative Darren Madison, his district includes Milwaukee, where Devontae Mitchell was killed. We thank you so much for being with us. We'll continue to follow this case. Breaking news, the International Court of Justice has ruled Israel's settlement policy in the occupied territories violates international law. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Well, RIP to them. And definitely justice needs to be served. Going down to the last couple of topics back for me. I'm going to try to continue this. So, breaking news. Kamala Harris secures enough delegates to win Democratic nomination. If you ask me, I don't give no fucks. No, that's not it. How is it not cute? How cute. Here it is. Oh, here it is. Alright, so at least they're gonna give us the update on that.
Upgrade your child's school experience at Williamsburg Academy of Colorado. Students love our award.
The presidential nominee. So as of Monday night, Harris had the support of at least 2,471. Okay, so news just came out that Kamala actually have enough delegates to become the presidential nominee. So as of Monday night, Harris had the support of at least 2,471 delegates. According to the AP tally of delegates, more than 1,976 delegates she'll need to win first ballot. So she got that. She has more than that. No other candidate was named by a delegate contact. So California, Chairman Rusty Hicks said 75 to 80% threw their support behind Harris. So, I mean, if she secured that much, I don't see how somebody else could come up and get more delegates than she has. It seems very unlikely. So she has to name a vice president. You know, since she is going to be running for president, then Kamala is going to have to take the time and select someone as a vice president. And I didn't think that was going to be announced. It might not even be announced until sometime next week. All right. So still technically, they're calling Harris the new preemptive nominee. That's because the convention delegates are still free to vote for the candidate of their choice at the convention in August. If Democrats go through a virtual roll call ahead of that gathering in Chicago. So Congressman Robert Garcia of Long Island, one of the California DNC delegates, has confirmed that they voted unanimously to nominate Harris, handing her the votes to secure the majority and become the likely Democratic nominee. So Harris has earned enough delegates to become the likely Democratic Party nominee after California delegates voted. So Speaker Nancy Pelosi made the motion to endorse Harris for president at a virtual meeting of California DNC delegation on Monday, backing Kamala too. All right. So I guess they'll be announcing soon that she's the nominee. I mean, she got the delegates. There's no way they cannot give it to her. They would have to give her the nomination so that she's on the top ballot along with Donald Trump. Democratic delegates signaling that she is likely to become the party's nominee against Republican Donald Trump next month, according to the Associated Press survey taken in the aftermath of President Joe Biden's decision to drop his bid for re-election. Harris, who was endorsed by Biden minutes after he announced he would not accept the Democratic nomination, worked to quickly lock up the support of her party's donors, elected officials, and other leaders. However, the Associated Press is not calling Harris the new presumptive nominee. That's because the convention delegates are still free to vote for who they want. So Reuters is reporting that Harris has secured enough delegates to clinch the nomination, citing campaign sources. So the Democratic Party, if nothing else, y'all have put on one hell of a show. You showed how disorganized you are. You showed that all this time you didn't notice anything was going on with Joe Biden and y'all sat around and ignored it. See, that first debate had to happen. It had to happen. And many of us were saying things about his age and the things he was doing out in public, and y'all did not want to acknowledge it until you got completely embarrassed by that first debate. And then following that was the NATO summit when he was calling Kamala VP Trump.
Yep.
I mean, it just got so embarrassing, you know, but y'all put yourselves out there like that. I can't say that I feel sorry for you at all. So y'all, you're going to have to tell me what you think. I'm not surprised. You know, she is VP. And to me, it would have been more difficult to get someone and justify putting that person above Kamala, and she's a sitting VP. That would have just been another black eye for the DNC. But the Democratic Party is getting exactly what they deserve as far as I'm concerned. And I just hope by the time November comes, we will see some real stuff coming out, you know? Because you know the Republicans are going to pull all kinds of dirt out on Kamala. And we'll see what she says about Trump. That debate won't be until September. But y'all, tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your...
Yep, and please do the same for Frontline Black News. All right, so moving right along, we got Johnston supposedly dropped out of the presidential race. I heard somewhere, but I ain't put no video up on it. But for those that don't know, you don't have to just vote for the dump as in human shit. And we want to make that perfect, and I want to make that perfectly clear. And we don't have to vote for Copmala Harris. There are other people that are running for political office on the independent party level, and Bill Stein and Cornel West are two of them. To hell with RFK Jr., who will not get my vote. Oh, racist ass. So, and shame on you, Jeff, for you allowed him to disrespect our sister, Vicky Dillard, on your program. And hell, Jeff Fart too. Bully Polly, all you Democratic shills. I'm not gonna be able to fearmonger us into voting for Kamala Harris. It's not happening. But I was trying to see if Jill Stein dropped out. Somebody said she had dropped out. There ain't nothing online about it. But she was at that protest though. Mm-mm. Fair use for criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Peak 2. Something like that. There's not on the racist music. Mm-mm. Yeah, but you should jump in the road. Yeah, everybody's one more top volume. You just gonna kill no Western place. All right, so she was the only presidential candidate out there in Milwaukee during this stupid ass RNC that I showed y'all earlier. Alright, so shout out to Black Alpha Network. That was not the video I was gonna play next. So I'm just gonna move into the mayor. So our old coon ass mayor, or racist ass mayor now, Johnston, who stole the whole Paris plan, y'all, like broad daylight, and nobody batted an eye. He did his he's been in office for a year now, just passed on the 15th. So he did his State of the City address down at the Paramount downtown. And man, I just think plagiarism, I don't know what it is. And then on the side note, they had this stupid ass fundraiser for Copmala. Roly Poly and the rest of them, Democratic Shills, win with black men. Like I said, it was almost able to raise that broad like $80 million or some crazy shit. But either way, she ain't gonna win. To hell with her. That broad ain't meant us no good. And all the fear mongering in the world ain't gonna change that. Where is this damn video though? I think it might be right here. Oh yeah, they on the tour the Republican House representative got threatened online. What in the hell is this shit? I had a whole queue for this. I'm looking for y'all. Please bear with me. I got 1,001 windows open. Look at this one. Yep. Alright, so he did this whack ass State of the City address where he starts off literally talking like the Paris plan for mayor, word for word, straight off the website, just for denvermayor.com. Like, First of all, unhoused neighbors, that's my term. I coined that phrase back when I was with D-Ho, Denver Homicide Loud, because they kept trying to say that unhoused or the homeless was all detrimental to the neighborhood, and we were trying to repeal that urban camping ban, which was still on it. It's been on for 12 years. Get that shit repealed. They refused to do it. But yeah, I had coined that during that time when we ran the right to rest at the state house, and then we ran it at the local level in 2019, and it was strongly defeated. They raised like $2.5 million to stop that. But yeah, nobody was saying unhoused neighbors until I coined the phrase. So it's just one of many things he stole from Team Paris, me and Lady Che. Like nobody gives credit where credit's due anymore. But yeah, that shit came from us. Nobody else. Straight off the Paris plan, straight off the campaign flyers and everything that we was passing out first, because we were the first ones to declare out of the vast majority of the people that ran. And they raised $15 million against me to win this shit. He got $6 million from Bloomberg alone. Mike Bloomberg, former mayor of New York. What he's not telling you is a lot of the people that he's housing ain't even citizens. These are goddamn illegal immigrants. He threw like Lady Chase always says, he threw the illegal immigrants in with them numbers. That's why them numbers, none of this shit adds up. And Cole Chandler and the rest of them need to be fired like immediately. Britta Fisher, she needs to be fired. She's actually the head of the property that I own or dwell in, known as Fusion Studio, CCH. She's the head of CCH. She took over after John Provinsky left. So she needs to be fired too. All these mugs. Shit is a catastrophe. And I literally live in it on a daily basis. But I'm gonna let this fraud continue. The hell with that commercial. What business is at 5 points? It's a damn lie. Every time I go to the east side, 5 points, Curtis Park. I see tents, I see people unhoused. So this is a goddamn lie. Everything that he's saying is a damn lie. But he's co-opted our shit and try to make it seem like he came up with the idea on how to house people temporarily. But this is not what we were pushing for. We were pushing for long-term housing, not short-term housing. But he thinks that he's going to put the illegal immigrant numbers in with the actual citizens that have been unhoused for decades on the streets of Denver and try to make it seem like he's done something. 30,000, more like 50,000 black family. He lying already. He said 30,000. No, it's more like 50,000 of these illegal immigrants have arrived in the last year. Sent them here because it's supposed to be a sanctuary city, and the state of Colorado is a sanctuary state. But like I told them back then, even before all of this shit, I said, where the hell is the sanctuary for black people? Crickets. Because there isn't none. With a little violin. That's a damn lie. That's a goddamn lie. All you gotta literally do is go like a couple of blocks from where the fuck I'm at, or especially on the other side of the highway. You'll see all kinds of motherfucking tents encampments of fucking illegal immigrants. Like, what the hell is he talking about? This is what they dude. Lies. Lies. Oh, man. Lies. Damn it. When was you gonna tell me that, Matt? My twin. God damn it. I'm about to start it all over again.
Homelessness, but a larger ecosystem that needs attention. Saw the need for a citywide commitment to public safety. We saw a chance to connect each of us back to each other in our communities. The need for an economic revitalization of our city center and all of our neighborhoods, and the urgency to make Denver affordable for everyone. These are the priorities that will drive the year ahead, and I want to spend a couple of minutes talking about those.
Can you hear it
before I
now?
close.
At the Olson Law Firm, we are trial attorneys. That's the thing we do the best.
Often when we talk about public safety, people think of crime. But as I said, the opposite of crime is not safety. The opposite of crime is joy. What we want for our city is a place where every neighborhood is brimming with joy, where your kids can ride their bikes, or you can go out for a late night run. Your mom can walk to and from the store and never once have to worry about her safety. That's why we've launched an ambitious plan to make Denver the safest big city in America. We've held council meetings. Thank you. We've held community meetings and council meetings in every council district to listen to residents about what our neighborhoods need. And the feedback is clear, that safety is about more than police work. It's about social work and economic development work and educational work. It's about street lighting and arts activation and youth summer jobs. It's about all of those things working together that make communities vibrant. That's why we started by putting 700 young people to work this summer through our Mayor's Youth Works program. We will launch 25 community events and pop-up activities this summer that bring joy and vibrancy to streets that could otherwise be dark and dangerous. We have aggressively targeted auto theft. Thank you. We have aggressively targeted auto theft through license plate readers, easy vehicle registration, enhanced deterrence, and swift investigation. We've started an Office of Neighborhood Safety for the first time to align all the services that make our communities safe and vibrant without needing an officer. And it makes it easier for communities to engage with city services without the pressure of a law enforcement contact. We will also step up patrols in places where the risk of crime is high, knowing that when a patrol officer visits a site for even 10 minutes, the likelihood of a crime happening on that site over the next 2 hours goes down dramatically. But we also know the best way to stop crime is to prevent it. And the best way to prevent crime is to build trust. So we will start a new practice of trust patrols, where officers can get out of their patrol car and walk through neighborhoods and talk to someone in a business or a rec center or at a public event and ask them what's working, what's not, what can we do better? By the end of next year, we will have run more than 6,000 trust patrols in neighborhoods all around the city. And anyone who has a business or an event that wants an officer to come by and be a part of that trust building, you can ask them anytime on our city website, because a more trusting city is a safer city. And the great news is, while there is more work to be done here, we are already showing results. After a hard decade when Denver had the highest crime increases of any major city in America, these strategies are already making a difference. Crime is already down. Auto theft is down 31%. Shootings and homicides are down 27%. Property crime is down nearly 30%, and we are just getting started. Whenever I talk to someone about their dreams for their neighborhood, the first thing that happens is they offer to help. With every challenge we have faced this year, we have seen the overwhelming evidence of Denverites called to serve. Whether it was getting up early to cook breakfast for 20 migrant families or showing up to prepare toiletries for someone moving into their first unit off the streets, what has remained clear is that Denver is a city motivated by a spirit of service. We all believe these problems are solvable. We all want to do our part. And we know that we are far more powerful when we work together in service of a purpose bigger than ourselves. My wife, Courtney, has shared that same deep call to serve others. We first met as school teachers in the Mississippi Delta, and when I went on to be a teacher and a school principal, she served as a teacher and a social worker, a therapist, and then as a district attorney protecting those who are most at risk. When we took the oath of office a year ago, Courtney had a vision to bring Denver together around that spirit of service. So today we are proud to launch the effort she is committed to make part of our legacy. This program, Give 5 Mile High, is based on a simple idea. We all can serve, and our city is better when we do. We will ask every Denverite to give 5 hours of their time each month to serve our city and our neighbors. Each month we'll focus on a different citywide need and partner with nonprofit organizations across the city to make it easy for every Denverite to serve and to serve together. On the third Saturday of every month, we'll host our Give 5 Mile High Service Day, and we will start in August with a partnership with Denver Public Schools to ensure that every child is ready to start school with the resources they need to succeed. In September, we will move on our focus to beautify Denver, launching a citywide cleanup day to make sure every block of Denver is beautiful. So when you walk out of this beautiful Paramount Theater today, you will see my beautiful wife standing at the front door with flyers and info and all the resources you need to get your friends, your neighbors, your coworkers to join you for the city's first Give 5 Service Day this August. Can't wait to see you there.
Oh my God.
More than 100 years ago, this majestic Paramount Theater opened, designed by Temple Buell. It's a historic icon of the Art Deco era, and when it opened, 20,000 people gathered outside to celebrate the art and the life that they knew it would bring to downtown. We wanted to host this State of the City here today to join the chorus, now more than 100 years running, that this can be the heart of the most vibrant city center west of the Mississippi. Downtown Denver is the economic and artistic engine of the city, and we cannot have a vibrant city without a vibrant downtown. Downtown Denver is the living room for every Denverite, and it is the playground for every Colorado. That is why this year we will launch our Vibrant Downtown campaign to make the largest ever investment in downtown without raising taxes. We will use these resources to turn downtown from a central business district to a central neighborhood district, complete with affordable housing and public parks, childcare, great retail, restaurants, art and music, and walkable, activated streets where you can get lost in a vibrant world that you can only find in Denver. And the catalyst for this success of downtown will be the final reopening of the 16th Street Mall. Yes. We are grateful for our friends at the Downtown Denver Partnership who are leading this effort, and we will partner to be able to make this a spot that we are all proud of. All of us has a memory of the 16th Street Mall. Every Denverite has one. I remember playing street chess out on the 16th Street Mall when I first moved to Denver as a young person. I remember writing my wedding proposal to Courtney in lipstick on our apartment window in our first apartment on the 16th Street Mall when we moved to Denver. You can already feel the energy of the mall coming back with the first few blocks we opened this summer. And we're just getting warmed up. By the next state of the city, 16th Street will be open from Union Station to the Pavilion. Buses will be running, people will be strolling down our new broad sidewalks, brand new stores will be open, and a whole new generation of Denverites will be coming down to make a whole new generation of memories. One last thing to share. A vibrant Denver has to be one that can include all of us. Denver has to be a place where the ushers who welcomed us in today, the chef in the kitchen next door, the kindergarten teacher who will greet your child when you take her back to school in September. It has to be a place where all those folks can afford to live.
What do you do when you throw out your back?
Use caution when lifting heavy objects.
How do I eliminate back pain?
Tonight, somewhere in Denver, a girl will wake up scared in the middle of the night and walk into her mom's room, expecting to find her fast asleep. And she won't be. She'll be awake, staring at the wall, wondering how she's going to find a way to pay the $200 more a month that her rent just went up. She already added more shifts the last time the rent come up. What can she do now? Where will she go? She'd have to take her daughter out of the school that she loves, away from the friends that she loves and she's known her whole life. She'd have to find a new job or make a long commute. She loves this city and this neighborhood and this life that she has built, and she is terrified she's going to lose it. When her daughter asks what's wrong, she stops for a moment. She can tell her daughter anything, but she can't bring herself to answer this one. She's not the only one awake. Down the street, there's a grandmother who retired from 40 years of teaching school to move to Denver to be close to her grandkids. She gets to see every flag football game, volunteer in their classrooms, help pick out a dress for the middle school dance, and host dinners and sleepovers when her daughter has to work late. But the rents keep going up, and her fixed income retirement does not. She can feel the lump growing in her throat, wondering how she will tell her daughter that she may have to leave and move back home because she can't afford to stay in Denver anymore. And what will she do when the baby girl, the littlest of all, holds her leg and says, please, please don't go? Or the girl across town who should be out with her friends. She has a brand new college diploma in her hand and a job offer right here at home. She's in her childhood bedroom, and her heart warms as she looks at the photos on her desk of her and all her friends that one summer night at Red Rocks, or the one of her at age 7 in a tiara at her first Pride Parade. But that warmth recedes into fear because she's looked at the rental cost and she's done the math 100 times. And even with this new job that she thought was a great salary, she can't see a way to afford to have her own place. And if she can't afford to rent here, how would she ever be able to buy a home here? Maybe she should take the other job offer somewhere in the Midwest where it might be cheaper. But her dream was always to come home, to raise her own kids here, to watch her kids do mutton busting at the stock show, to watch their desks fill up with the photos you can only get in Denver. But she suddenly feels alone, like her hometown has left her behind. There will be all the same doubts about this hard problem that we've heard about the others. The problem is too complex. Solutions are too expensive. This is just what happens when cities grow up as they become unaffordable. People don't want affordable housing in their neighborhood. But our commitment is to see every problem as solvable and to stay at it relentlessly until we find a way. That is why we will partner with City Council this week to work to send a measure to the ballot this November to support our plan for an affordable Denver. This measure, funded by a half-penny sales tax, would only cost Denver families about $2 a week, but it would put us on the path to bring on the 45,000 units of affordable housing we need to fill our entire gap of affordable housing over the next 10 years. If we want to keep the mom and the grandma and the college graduate in Denver, we can. But we have to choose it, and we have to fight for it. This November, I will ask you to choose it by voting for an affordable Denver on your November ballot. Look, finding a way to reverse the economic impacts of a global pandemic on a city center is hard. Replacing cycles of violence with centers of joy is hard. Living on the streets in a tent in a Denver winter is hard. Leaving everything you have and walking 3,000 miles to a future that is unknown is hard. And finding the resources and strategies to bring on enough housing to keep a growing city affordable is hard. But if there is one thing we've learned in the past year, it is that the single hardest problem we will ever face is the belief that we can't solve these problems at all. Once we have defeated that, anything is possible. In these uncertain times, the world will flood you with examples of hatred and division and dysfunction. It will ask you to doubt. It will tempt you to distrust. It will invite you to pass judgment. It will beg you to walk away. In those moments, you will long for proof that we are right to believe in each other, that we are right to think we can find a way, that we are right to trust that we can try one more thing, one more time that we haven't tried before, and then break through. In those moments when your friend or your neighbor or your parent has given up, let them look to Denver and see that those problems that have torn other cities apart have brought us closer together. Those challenges that have overwhelmed other communities have only made us stronger, because the one thing you won't find in Denver is that destructive, contagious belief that we can't. Here in this capital of the new West, where the mountains are tall and the rivers are deep, people believe in each other, and they lean on each other, and they fight for each other, fortified by the deep belief that all our problems are solvable, and we are the ones to solve them. So let's get to work. Thank you so much.
Oh my God. I'm gonna see now. Oh my man. I'm gonna still watching and do a best I can behind us.
Housing is said to be the #1 problem in Colorado.
Yeah, a recent poll from Pulse Survey shows 89% of those asked said the cost of housing was an extremely serious or very serious problem. And tonight, Denver Mayor Mike Johnston says he wants to take that problem head on as he gave his first State of the City address.
Your political reporter, Sean Boyd, spoke with the mayor after his speech.
And Sean, his address looked, of course, back and forward.
Right. The mayor says he has made dramatic progress and will make an even greater impact in the coming year. But there are trade-offs. City services were scaled back this past year and will be scaled back further next year. I sat down with Johnston after his speech to unpack some of his biggest challenges.
The single hardest problem we will ever face is the belief that we can't solve these problems at all. Once we have defeated that, anything is possible.
Mayor Mike Johnston says all of Denver's problems are solvable. The question is, at what cost? The city is on track to spend $155 million on homelessness.
In 2024, we had to acquire and buy all the infrastructure we needed to build this system. We brought on 1,200 units in 6 months, and we had to buy those hotels, we had to buy tiny homes, we had to build sites.
Going forward, Denver expects to spend about $57 million a year on homeless initiatives. It says it's moved some 1,600 people into temporary housing over the last year, and says about a third are now in permanent housing. What does ending homelessness, though, look like to you?
Yeah.
And when do you see that happening?
You make homelessness brief, rare, and non-recurring. So if there's 30 people becoming homeless every month in Denver, there's 30 people that are coming out of homelessness back into housing.
The arrival of 30,000 and migrants complicated the homeless challenges. The city says it spent about $74 million on migrants. Some business owners on 16th Street Mall want the city to make a similar investment in them. Do you have any plans to help those long-term businesses that have gone through COVID, homelessness, the George Floyd protests that broke windows, and now the construction?
Folks, if you come to my office, I have an entire map of the 16th Street Mall that tracks every business, every vacancy, every occupancy rate, and we're working on block by block what is the plan to revive those blocks and revive those businesses.
But he did not commit to additional funding to help struggling businesses on the mall or those along Colfax worried about bus rapid transit eliminating parking.
We're working with them on where those parking spots are going to be, how people can still get access. And our goal is we'll have a lot more traffic coming by bus.
Johnston admits the budget is tight. The city is expecting less tax revenue next year, and agencies are facing at least a 5% cut. At the same time, he's asking residents to give 5 hours of their time each week volunteering on city projects and to approve a sales tax increase of 0.5% to fund affordable housing.
Even the homeowners in Denver are hit by this, and they want a spot for their parents and their kids.
His goal, he says, is to make Denver affordable for everyone.
Our commitment is to see every problem as solvable and to stay at it relentlessly until we find a way.
Johnston not only wants the city to be affordable, but the safest city in the country. He says officers will start trust patrols, random visits to businesses or community centers just to talk to people. In addition to tax measures, voters will likely be asked to unionize all city workers in November, and Johnston does not oppose the measure. He says he was able to amend it to exempt certain employee groups that provide core public services from being able to strike. The mayor was definitely optimistic about the direction of the city. We'll see over the coming year whether he is realistic.
Yeah, he certainly has a plan. We'll see if it comes to fruition. Sean, thank you.
And if you want to see Mayor Johnston's full State of the City address, you can check it out right now on our website, cbscolorado.com.
Is the mayor's plan to reduce homelessness in Denver actually working? In the last year, more than 1,600 people have moved off the streets and into shelters. This is all according to a new report released just today by the mayor's office. Fox 31's Kim Posey is giving us a closer look at those numbers to see what's been accomplished in the first year of the homelessness initiative.
The mayor's office says all of the large tent encampments here in the city are now closed, but advocacy groups say there's a lot of work still to be done. 16 large tent encampments like this one in Denver are now gone, according to the mayor's office. The one-year report on the homelessness initiative shows that 1,673 people moved off the street and into shelter for at least 2 weeks. 1,375 are still sheltered, and 583 moved to permanent housing.
Yes, you do still see the homeless people, but it hasn't been as bad as it used to be.
Some residents notice a difference, but others don't.
It is still a problem.
The city has opened 8 new transitional housing sites, and Mayor Johnston said these efforts have transformed downtown Denver. The sprawling tent encampments are gone. Sidewalks are clean and passable. In converted hotels and new micro-communities, many of our unhoused neighbors have found not just shelter, but renewed hope. And folks on the streets are pushed around from block to block. But Therese Howard with House Keys Action Network Denver says more permanent housing is needed.
The mayor is taking credit for putting people into these hotels and micro communities, which are again preferred by most folks, but are not actual permanent housing.
The city says the work is far from over. The mayor says he has a goal to move another 1,000 people indoors this year. Kim Posey, Fox 31.
Denver's STAR program to send mental health help instead of police to some emergencies gets a lot of praise and attention. What it doesn't get to is about half of its possible calls. The team missed thousands last year. Our Kelly Rinke looks at why.
A call to 911 doesn't always need a response from police. Nonviolent calls can dispatch a mental health professional instead. But of the 15,125 calls in 2023 deemed eligible for a response from the STAR program, STAR only responded to 7,657, or 50%.
Yeah, it is a huge problem that the STAR program is not being used as much as it should be.
Vinny Cervantes is the chair of the STAR Community Advisory Committee, the oversight board that offers input on the program.
And so knowing that these are critical issues that people experience, mental health, substance use, poverty-related issues, homelessness-related issues, that they are not getting help that they need.
The program right now has about 30 team members and 8 vans. It isn't enough to help people in crisis. Cervantes says one of the biggest problems to meeting demand is funding.
We know that it needs, probably at least 3 times the funding that it has right now.
I mean, currently, we're doing the best we can with the funding that we have.
Evan Tompkins with STAR says if their team can't respond, police may instead, unless the person doesn't want an officer.
They can request a STAR-only response so that either STAR will respond, it'll hold till STAR is available, or they have the option of having no response at all.
Thousands of calls last year weren't answered by STAR. Some came in overnight when no one on the team is working.
That people aren't getting support when they need it.
So right now, teams work from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. That's because they get the highest number of calls during that time period. STAR hopes to expand to 24/7 coverage at some point, Kyle.
And we've certainly seen this program, which started as a pilot in a couple of years, expand greatly and be copied in a number of other places.
Yeah, other cities have looked at this program as an example. It started with 1 van, now they have 8, and even with 8, they can't keep up.
Kelly Rinke, thank you.
Another stolen idea. Oh man, I could go on for hours about that. But yeah, basically the STAR program was an idea that the city co-opted from D-Hole. It was based off of Eugene, Oregon, Cahoots, which was crisis assistance helping out on the streets. And they changed it to STAR, which is street team. It's called Street Team Assistance Response. Street. I don't remember what it stands for now. God damn it. Street Team Assisted Response. So that's what it morphed into. And RIP to David Royball's cousin, Janet Van Locke. Her son was the main reason this even got off the ground. And it started off as a pilot project. And you see they still treating it like that. They not giving it nowhere near the funding that it needs to have, which is why they were only able to respond to half of their calls in 2023. But basically, it's supposed to be an alternative to the police. So if somebody's having a mental breakdown or they're just losing it, instead of calling the police, you call them, and they're supposed to assist that person without the police. So they're not getting the funding that they deserve. Johnston just wants to send the money, give more money to the police, DPD, and it's just not working out. But there was another story I wanted to talk about because we got the migrant news. So we got the unhoused neighbor news and the unhoused migrant news. So last week, one of those illegal immigrants, a teenager, shot up a spot downtown and killed a bouncer. And he was on the run for about a week, and they just caught his ass up in Cheyenne. They just caught his ass up in Cheyenne. Let's see if I can find it for now. That's one of the articles. I got some shorts. Okay, here it is.
Life's better when you're under the American Family Insurance roof, because when you feel totally protected.
New at 5:30, a teenager is in custody facing a murder charge tied to a Colorado case. The 14-year-old is accused of crossing state lines to Wyoming and hiding from authorities before being arrested. According to Denver police, Stephen Marquez shot Todd Kidd, who they say was trying to break up a fight in the north part of downtown Denver a week ago. Kidd died from his injuries 2 days later. The FBI assisted in Marquez's capture in Casper, Wyoming yesterday. And as I mentioned, he's being held on a first-degree murder charge.
Yes, they caught his ass all the way up in Casper.
Life's better when you're under the American Family Insurance roof, because when you feel totally protected, your family's free.
Tell this commercial. So look, he's trying to get to Canada. It didn't work out. They caught his ass in Casper. He definitely looked like he was trying to get to Canada. Or definitely looked like he was trying to get to Canada. Okay, so what else is happening? I think that ends it, y'all. We covered everything. Supposed to be 3 o'clock in the morning. So I appreciate everybody that tapped in. Make sure y'all check us out tomorrow or later on today for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Well, it's open mic about these crazy political times. And the calling number is 516-418-5996. And press 1 and you'll be live on the air. So appreciate y'all tapping in. I appreciate you, Twin. Black 285, our hype people, appreciate you. The MD, you tapped in briefly. We appreciate you. And Mr. Barnes from Milwaukee from the Outlaws. Shout out to the Outlaws. The witch doctor, the juice lady, and Brother Rail. And yeah, we appreciate him dropping knowledge, sharing his story. And I wish I could have stayed for the story about Mr. Sharpe, Samuel Sharpe. But we'll probably discuss that tomorrow too, open mic. So check out Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. Now X.com. So this concludes Season 4, Episode 16, Part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Check out on Lady Chase. It's not like her to be missing shows. And yeah, I'm definitely gonna give me some Z's, Twin. In this crazy ass fucking place I call home. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and black empowerment. We will see y'all later for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Peace.